For as long as I can remember, I've never been able to escape the paranormal. Whether it be the television turning itself off at night as a child, or imaginary friends my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, there's one being that's been there for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he'd told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically, the most that we would get was a whisper calling our names. And who knows if that was even him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the Old Man is all right. He's been docile with my family, never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him, it matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him. And everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. When my room was in that spare room connected to the basement's living room, I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple of hours while waiting for anyone else to come home. Sometimes I'd be so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on. And in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to doing it. And my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both of my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about doing that for me. So I can only assume that it was the Old Man who had helped me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he's some sort of guardian. Yet the way he acted towards my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though I can't even say for certain that it was the Old Man who did any of that, since she never saw him when the walls were being banged on. I wonder how many of you have had similar experiences with a being acting hostile to some while docile towards others. This is one of my favorite personal stories, since everything turned out all right. But I still get chills thinking about how many different ways the night could have gone wrong. A few years ago, my friend Jane and I took a trip to Portland, Oregon. We're both from the south side of Chicago, and Jane was feeling pretty jaded with the city. She was convinced everything was better on the West Coast, including the people. So, we flew out to Portland and rented a car, which we named Veronica. The day before we were supposed to fly back home, we took Veronica for a drive up to Aberdeen, Washington, to see Kurt Cobain's childhood home. After that, we drove down the coast, sightseeing along the way. We visited Astoria, Oregon, to see the house from the Goonies, and ended the day at Cannon Beach to check out Haystack Rock. All in all, it was a pretty nice day. Once it started to get dark, we decided to head back to our hotel, which is just under 2 hours away. I knew that I needed gas, so I told Jane to stop at the first gas station we see. Cannon Beach is a small resort-type town, a lot of little shops and restaurants, but I didn't see any gas stations. Being from the city, I'm used to seeing two on every corner. So I wasn't really worried. I expected to find one soon. I'm completely unfamiliar with the area, so I keep following the GPS's instructions while talking to Jane. Next thing I know, we're not in any type of town. We're on a dark, winding road, surrounded by trees. At this point, I'm getting a little worried. I pull over to the side of the road to use the GPS to search for the nearest gas station. It tells me there's one about a mile down the road. Awesome. I'll get some gas and we'll be set. So I'm driving in the car. Veronica tells us that we've arrived at our destination. I pull into a completely dark and empty gas station. We're still surrounded by woods and darkness. As far as I can tell, there's nothing around for miles. According to Veronica, we have about 10 miles worth of gas, and the nearest gas station is 30 miles away. Jane and I are sitting there, trying to figure out what to do, when another car pulls in. I keep going on about my business. I don't really pay attention to the other car. I just assume that they need gas too. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone gesturing to me. After some hesitation, I crack the window to see what they want. There's a middle-aged man and his wife in the car. He starts asking us all kinds of questions. Need to fill up? Coming from the beach? Driving back to Portland? I keep my answers polite but short. Then he tells us that he actually owns the gas station we're at, but doesn't make enough money to keep it open that late. He tells us that he knows of a Chevron about 3 miles away and gives us directions for it. He gave us his number and says to give him a call in case we don't make it to Chevron. My name is Sam the mechanic. Let me know if you don't make it and I'll come rescue you ladies. We thank him profusely and head out. Jane's going on and on about how nice that was and how that would have never happened in Chicago. I agreed. That was very nice, if odd, of him. Strange that he happened to be driving past his gas station at the same time we pulled in, but whatever. I make a joke about him calling his buddy at the gas station saying, "I'm sending 2 women your way." We make it to the Chevron, and this kid, 18 or 19 years old, comes out to pump our gas. He asks us how we're doing and then says, "There's a lot of weirdos out tonight." Jane and I look at each other. I let out a small laugh and say, "Told you." I turn back to the kid and I ask him what he means. He tells me this story about how his brother owes some drug dealer a ton of money, and now he's hiding somewhere nearby. He's planning on kicking the shit out of him once he gets off his shift. I can tell Jane is getting uncomfortable with the building and the weirdness of the night. So I give the kid a good tip, wish him luck, and start driving again. At one point during our conversation, Jane calls Sam the mechanic and leaves him a voicemail. She tells him that we made it to the gas station and how much we appreciate his help. I thought the call was unnecessary, but it is what it is. A few minutes later, we're on the highway, and we're about 10 minutes from the hotel. Jane's phone rings, and it's Sam. Again, she thanks him profusely. He asks her where we're from and when we're flying home. He tells her his name is Sam Glesty, and he wrote a book called Wrongfully Accused. We should read it when we're on a plane ride home. This piqued my interest. "Jane, you have to look up that book to see what it's about." She Googles it. Then she goes limp, and she looks like she's going to puke. "What is it?" I ask. "He was accused of being the Green River killer." Immediately, she starts freaking out. "He has my number now." Back at the hotel, we do some more digging. Apparently, a victim of the Green River serial killer picked Sam out of a lineup. However, the real killer was caught and convicted based on DNA evidence. But around the same time in the 70s, Sam was convicted and served time for abducting and assaulting a young woman in the area that we were in. The book he wrote was about all of that. We ended up stuck in Portland for 2 more days due to a snowstorm in Chicago. It was a weird, tension-filled 2 days. Considering the circumstances and weirdness of that night, things could have gone horribly wrong. I'm glad all I got out of that night was a story. First, I'd like to apologize because I know this will be long, but I've had many things happen to me, so this first one, it's actually not mine, it's my sister's. I was about 3 years old, and when we were young, we lived in this nice house. And one time, my sister was at the bottom of the stairs. When she looked up, there was a black, misty figure at the top of the stairs. Nothing really ever happened to me until I was about 6 or 7, but I used to live in another house, and I don't know why, but I could not be in this one alone. Every time I was inside alone, I'd get an eerie feeling like something was watching me. In that same house, my mom moved out and she gave the house to my dad, and that's when it really started. Whenever I'd come over at night, me and my stepbrother would be the only ones awake, and we would hear footsteps walking up and down the hallway outside the door, which his mom has recalled hearing too. And then, one night during the summer, I was 10 at the time, and I was the only one awake at 4 a.m. I had to go to the bathroom really bad, and usually we would go together and sit in the hall and wait for each other because it was so scary. I finally decided to get up, and I was in the bathroom when out of nowhere, someone started knocking on the bathroom door, and nobody was awake. I would have heard them get up because the doors creak. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and a little girl's voice literally sang a lullaby to me on the other side of the door. After I got back to the room, I was watching a video, and a man said hi, and I heard the same little girl's voice right behind me whisper in my ear. Now, at the house I was living at with my mom when I was 8, I remember one night laying in my bed when right in front of my eyes, I watched my closet door slowly open, and this wasn't like a normal door. They were those folding ones, and part of it was broken, making it even harder to open. Also, back in my dad's house, this happened a few months before they moved. I was walking to the bathroom, and when I turned the corner, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little boy. Now, at first, I assumed it was my stepbrother, but then I realized that the boy was a bit too short, and he also had dark brown hair, whereas my stepbrother has super bright blonde hair. Now, to the house I'm currently living in. When we moved in, my stepsister saw a little boy walking up the stairs. She thought it was my little brother because they both had blue pants. So she yelled, "You can't go up there," to him, but he ignored her. So my mom went up there to get him, only to find that no one was there and my brother was downstairs. A month before that, when we first moved in, only me and my stepsister were there when we started hearing quiet bangs and whistles. And my stepsister was so scared, she started crying, but I'm used to it, so I went along with it and just started whistling back. Also, when I first moved in, for a year or so, I'd hear high-pitched screaming in the house. Now in the same house, still, about a year or 2 ago, I was in the kitchen when I saw a dark black figure at the front door. And then it moved into the window and completely disappeared. Then, just a few months ago, I was laying in bed trying to sleep, and I have these LED lights on my wall. They used to fall down all the time. So I know what it looks like when they fall. But I moved my blanket, and I watched the lights get full-on pulled off of the wall. That same night, I woke up super early in the morning, and before that, almost every day I'd wake up with my blanket on the floor. But anyway, I woke up and my blanket was halfway under the bed, and when I went to pull it back up, I could feel someone trying to pull it away from me. What I'm about to say just happened yesterday. I was in bed on my phone, and my TV remote was on my bed to my right. Out of nowhere, a white light flashed to my right. And it didn't light up the room either, just right next to me. It only lasted half a second, and then my TV turned on. Then a few hours later, my brother was in my room, and I was telling him about it to scare him. It really doesn't affect me when my LED lights change colors out of nowhere. I had them on red, though. And boom, they started flashing all colors. And I just stopped talking. My brother looked so scared and asked if I did it. I said no. This is the last part. This actually happened at my friend's house, which is very haunted, I might add. But I'm constantly feeling like I'm being watched when I'm there. And I just get a bad feeling. But the last time I was there, somebody knocked on the bedroom door, and no one else was up. And then just a few minutes later, a knock-like sound was heard from the window. I'm honestly starting to think that it might just be me who's being followed everywhere I go by spirits, because no matter where I go, something creepy happens. I was walking with my friend on a hiking trail. About a few hours into it, we noticed something in the distance. Because it was so far away, we weren't really able to get a good look at it. At first, we thought it was an animal. But then it stood up on its hind legs like a person. My friend and I noticed it was covered in what looked like dark fur. It was either that or some kind of costume. We both thought that maybe somebody was playing a trick on us, but that didn't really make any sense. We were kind of in the middle of nowhere, and there's no way that the person would know that we'd spot him from so far away. My friend and I at that point just thought maybe it was some crazy person, but while we were trying to figure out what we were seeing, whatever it was, all of a sudden started running on all fours on the hiking trail towards our direction. Even though it kind of spooked us, we weren't really too concerned at the time. Whatever that thing was would need to travel a couple of miles along the hiking trail to get to us, and in between us and that thing was a canyon that was too deep and steep to cut through. So my friend and I figured that we'd be done hiking the trail before the animal could even reach us. However, about half of an hour later, as we traveled up the trail, we all of a sudden saw the animal again. But this time, it was on a lower part of the trail that was only about a couple 100 yards away. We couldn't believe our eyes. For it to have reached where it currently was, that meant it either found a shortcut through the forest, or it had traveled several miles in different terrain in the span of 30 minutes. At that moment, we realized that we were in danger. So we wasted no time. We started running for our lives and didn't stop until we arrived at the tourist resort at the end of the trail. From there, we just took a cab back to our car that was parked miles away at a camping ground. To this day, we still don't really know what it was. People said it was the dog man, and I wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for the fact that I saw it with my own eyes. My little sister's been drawing progressively more and more violent pictures in her notebook. She's 5, and yesterday her kindergarten teacher had a meeting with our mom after school when we came to pick her up. I waited in the car with my sister while they spoke in the classroom. I knew it was bad because windows to the kindergarten room faced the front courtyard parking lot. My mom and the teacher both glancing out the window at the Jeep that we're sitting in, their expressions dressed with looks of concern. When my mom returns to the car, she's carrying a handful of papers that my sister Jaden's covered in some pretty horrific imagery using her crayons. Pictures of houses with people burning inside, families hanging in trees, and this tall, dark scribble with red eyes floating above a bed while a girl is crying in it. I flipped through the pages again. I noticed the black scribble was hidden everywhere in each of the drawings that Jaden had made. Sitting in the kitchen of the firehouse, I originally didn't notice it until I saw the red eyes, which I'd thought was smoke originally. The next picture, it's crouched in the branches above the hanging family. I turned to ask what these scary drawings were about, but my mom stopped me, advising to wait until we got home. The rest of the trip home, Jaden danced to Kids Bop, and I couldn't help but stare at the art that she'd created. Crayon marks with raised edges of crushed wax, a result of how hard she was pressing while drawing these vile depictions. When the Jeep pulls to a stop in our driveway, Jaden jumps out and runs inside the house, giving my mom a chance to briefly tell me what the kindergarten teacher had told her. At recess, earlier that day, Jaden fell to the ground and started convulsing. When the patrol staff saw her, they ran over, and Jaden instantly got back up to her feet, saying, then laughing and running off. It really scared the elderly woman who first saw Jaden bouncing and squirming on the ground. I asked my mom if she saw that Jaden had drawn a red-eyed black scribble person in every picture. She said yes, her teacher did too. Although this doesn't need mentioning from an emotional perspective because we love Jaden like she is our real family, but she is in fact my stepfather Jeff's daughter from a previous marriage. My mom and Jeff got married when she was in her terrible twos. Jaden was actually relatively decent as a toddler, though. She always used to be a good kid, and that's why this recent spike in behavior has been quite unsettling to the rest of the family. That weekend, Jeff managed to get Jaden a Zoom appointment with a therapist. After Jaden got off the call, the therapist stayed on a little longer with Jeff and my mom. I sit off screen and I listen as they discuss the conversation. The therapist tells them Jaden mentioned the red-eyed entity during their time together. Jaden's named it Mr. Red. She says it shows her how she died in past lives. Her pictures are from the images that are shown in her head. Jaden explained it as a movie behind her eyes. The therapist asked if Jeff or my mom know where she could be getting these inspirations from. They both shake their heads. Jeff and my mom are two of the most laid-back individuals you'd ever meet. Our house isn't filled with chaos and no routines have drastically changed. The therapist concludes by scheduling another follow-up later the next week and asks us to continue observing her behavior, writing down anything out of the ordinary. Later that night, after dinner, while Jeff and my mom are outside smoking cigarettes, I go into Jaden's room and I ask about Mr. Red. I'm not one to beat around the bush. The fastest way to find something out is simply by asking. So I asked, "Who's Mr. Red?" As if common knowledge, Jaden tells me Mr. Red's an angel and that they had met in her before life. She says Mr. Red brought her to her now mom, Latrish. Jaden was familiar with his presence and spoke of Mr. Red like referencing a friend from school who'd been absent. She then says she hadn't seen Mr. Red since being Jaden. I ask how recent was his last visit. She says at school today. Jaden says that she thinks she fell because Mr. Red was picking her up off the ground, telling her to go have fun. She doesn't remember telling the recess teacher, "Gotcha." Trying not to scare her, I act casual while she tells me all of this, which I then relay to Jeff and my mom the moment I exit Jaden's room. My mom wrote it all down for the therapist. Their appointment's scheduled for next Wednesday at 3. But I don't think my anxiety can wait that long for a theory as to what my sister's doing. Could this just be a wild attempt at getting attention? Are there any other questions I should be asking her? Parents or older siblings, is this just what kindergartners do? The other day, while walking down the street, just for a normal walk, I passed by a man that was sitting down on a bench. He was mumbling something, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. The look on his face was terrifying. He looked tired and scared at the same time. I approached him and asked if he needed something. He wasn't even acknowledging me. I waited a few more seconds to see if there was any reaction from him, but nothing. I decided to leave when I felt someone grabbing my hand tight. I looked back and I saw the man looking at me with horror in his eyes. I was scared for my life because I didn't understand what he wanted. He said to me, "Please, take her with you." Not knowing what he was talking about, I asked, "Take who?" He then showed me a doll that he had with him at his side, but I hadn't seen her there before. Anyway, I just wanted to leave that place and go straight home. I took the doll and I left. I could have left her somewhere, but she was in a good state. I didn't want to just throw her away in the garbage, so I took it home with me. Later in the evening, I was on my laptop doing some work when I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. Footsteps, to be exact, but I live in a small condo on the 3rd floor with only one entrance. Since I'm working in the living room, which has a clear view to the main door, it would hardly be an intruder. I went to the kitchen, sure of myself, and I saw the doll on the ground. I forgot that I had left her in there on the chair after dinner. I picked her up and I took her to the living room, just dropped her on the couch and kept working. I worked until late in the night, and before going to bed, I took a look at the doll one more time, and something was different. Her position seemed different from the one I'd left her in before in the evening. Maybe I was just tired. I left her there and I went to sleep. In the morning, I woke up with a terrible feeling. I'd been dreaming of something scary, a dark figure that was close to my bed. Did I just suffer sleep paralysis? It felt so real. I couldn't understand what the figure was, but it was dark and it made the room feel narrow. It's so hard to explain what this was. I got up and tried to do some work again, but before I reached the computer, as I passed the couch where I left the doll the previous night, I realized she wasn't there. Now, I was scared. I remembered leaving her on the couch. I saw it before going to sleep. I looked everywhere to see if there was someone in my house. Was someone playing games with me? I could only think about an intruder in my house. While I stood there in the middle of the living room, breathing heavily and looking everywhere, I listened to a noise coming from the basement door. I saw the door opening as it made a creaking sound. A horror cliche, I know, but it happened, and it was the scariest moment of my life. I approached the door and I looked down the stairs. Dark as night down there. But after some time looking down, my vision started adapting, and I could see at the bottom. The doll was on the ground. I closed the door immediately. Whoever or whatever was downstairs, I didn't want to see it. But something started happening around me. The rooms were getting darker. Like day was becoming night. I was in complete panic until I was transported back to my bed. Was I dreaming? Having a nightmare? I couldn't move again. In the middle of the room, the dark figure I'd seen before starts becoming visible, and it looks like me, but a twisted version of myself. Ever since I created a post about my toxic ex and paranormal experience, my mood immensely improved. I feel 100 pounds lighter. It's only been a day since I created my first post, yet I feel so much better knowing that someone may have read what I've been through in the past. Still, there's a few things I failed to mention. My parents persuaded me, more like forced me, to move to a different town and study at a different university because they worried about me being with my toxic boyfriend at the time. My mother and I were looking for an apartment or a room for me to rent. We stayed in this town looking for a place to rent for 2 weeks. We'd almost given up hope walking around town when my mother suddenly saw an old lady hanging a sign in the front of a door. It said, "For rent." My mother immediately walked towards the old lady who turned out to be the owner of the place. She invited us to see the house. When I walked in there, something felt off. I immediately whispered into my mother's ear that it looked like a witch's house. That's the first thought that popped into my mind. I really didn't like the place. The old lady told us that a young couple stayed there for years, but they had to leave because the girl's father had passed away the day before. Their furniture was still there, and we did meet them because they were moving the very same day that my mother spoke to the owner. It all happened very fast for the couple, but for us as well. I moved in there after 2 or 3 days. The house was so awkwardly built, and I was so scared to live in there that I had the lights on the whole time when it was nighttime. It had a long staircase that led to a hallway. On one side, there was a door leading to the kitchen. On the other side, there was another door leading to the bedroom. In the middle of the hallway, there was a third door leading to the bathroom. I hesitate bringing up the small attic above the bathroom because I never even dared to look inside. It was located above the bathroom ceiling, like a small storage room, but it was big enough for someone to climb in. Of course, I never did it. The first night, I left my bedroom door open. Big mistake. I dreamed that I was walking across the hallway and it was dark. All 3 doors opened. I passed the bathroom door and I saw 2 bright yellow eyes staring at me. I immediately ran into the bedroom. I threw myself on the bed, and the dark figure wrapped one hand around my neck and started choking me. I forced myself awake, but as I was waking up, I started coughing. My neck felt hurt like I was choking in real life. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was dreaming this whole time because the figure dissolved, but the eyes stayed for a while. I immediately shut the door, locked it, switched the lights on, threw a blanket over my head. I started to pray until I fell asleep. I'm someone who knows when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. I'm always aware of the dreaming me whenever I'm having a good dream or a bad dream. I feel like I was not really dreaming. I lived there for almost 4 years. I was always afraid of nighttime. I locked the doors. I always kept the lights on. Things got better when I broke up with my toxic ex and I found a new boyfriend. I felt protected, no presence around when he was near. He stayed in my house almost every night and I was happy. What's also really strange is that a white cat that had one green eye and one blue eye would climb onto the tree near my window. It would get into my house whenever I left the window open. I didn't have any paranormal activity because of it, though. I don't know if it helped me or if it didn't, but as odd as I found this incident to be, I didn't feel threatened by the cat. My parents visited me. When they did, I told my father, and he was alarmed. He started looking for the cat. It never showed up again. I only saw the cat once on my house's rooftop and a few times near my house. My sister and one of my sister's friends did report paranormal activity when they stayed over at my house. They told me the door flew open one night, and the strange thing is that they had it locked. What's even stranger is I've dreamed of that particular door flying open. It's almost like I knew the house would do that, even when I wasn't there. I used to work at a pub that was 2 miles from my house. My shift ended at about 11 one night. I stayed for a couple of drinks and then started walking home. Now, this had been an exceptional night for me tip-wise, and I had close to $400 in cash on me at the time. Between the pub and my house was exactly one streetlight, about a quarter mile from the pub. The rest of the walk was in complete darkness. This was a dark night, too. It was close to the new moon and cloudy to boot, so it was almost pitch black. And I live out in the boonies, so there isn't even much light pollution to help out. Not long after I leave the pub, a car slowly drives by me. About a quarter mile down the road, the car slows to a stop, and it just sits there. I stop walking and watch the car. It sits for a few minutes, then slowly drives away. A couple of minutes later, the same car comes slowly driving back by me in the opposite lane. It gets by me, drives a bit down the road, and slows to a stop again. And then it does a U-turn, starts creeping back down the road towards me with the lights off. At this point, I'm fucking terrified. I didn't have a cell phone at the time. There's no one around to see what's going on. The car is between me and the pub, so I can't get back to the pub safely. My house is still about 1.5 miles away. No way I can quickly escape there. I quickly run off the road into the woods, duck down behind a bush. I watch for the car, but it's too dark to see it with its lights off, and the bushes and tree undergrowth between me and the road doesn't help. I sit there for about 10 minutes. I don't see or hear anything. I'm about to make my way back to the road when I hear car doors closing. Now I'm really panicking. It feels like my chest is about to explode. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I keep imagining someone sneaking up behind me. I stay hidden. Hope to God whoever it is doesn't find me. I don't know how long I stay there, but I eventually hear the car doors again. Then, cars passing by. I give it a couple of minutes, then ease back to the road. When I see it's clear, I haul ass back to the pub, let my boss know what happened. He said then and there that I'm never to walk home alone again. Either him, his brother, or his mom would give me a lift home. When the other servers and the kitchen staff hear what happens, they say the same thing. I've never been so terrified in my life. Okay, I'm going to tell you about my night shift at the county morgue. We aren't a huge place, but we always have at least 5 or 10 bodies at any given time. I'm sure you've seen the cold storage cabinets on TV, those things. At first, it's kind of creepy, but you can adjust to anything. My first week, I didn't want to eat in that same room, but by the end of my first month, I was eating my sandwiches 5 feet away from bodies. It's just what happens. One night, we got a John Doe. The body was found in the woods, and animals had started feeding on him. The damage was extensive. We determined he was out there for at least a week. As you can imagine, it was hard to look at, even when you've built up a tolerance. After storing him in cold 6, I snuck outside for a snack. When I came back, I heard what I thought was moaning. It was low, grunty. The storage cabinets were divided into 3 sections, and it was coming from where I put the John Doe. He was the only one in that section. My first thought was that the poor guy was still alive. I rushed over and pulled him out. Once I saw him again, I knew how ridiculous that was. You can't get any more dead than that guy. Most of his insides were gone. By then, the moaning had stopped, so I put him back. It didn't take long to convince myself that I was hearing things, but I was still spooked. There was a lot of paperwork stacking up on the desk, though, so I put in some headphones and stayed busy until the morning shift relieved me. That evening, a detective came to my house, asked me about my shift. He wanted to know every detail, if I left at any point, if I saw or heard anything unusual. I was so thrown off it didn't occur to me to mention the moaning. I thought that someone had tampered with evidence or leaked information. I was trying not to look crazy. Technically, I wasn't supposed to leave to get food, but everyone does it. After a while, I decided it would be better to admit leaving than risk looking complicit in evidence tampering, so I confessed everything, down to the silly moaning and listening to music for the rest of the night. Sure enough, that's what he wanted. The interrogation was finally over, and then I heard nothing else for almost 8 hours. I spent the rest of the evening before my shift wondering, was I going to get fired when I tried to go in? Then, my boss was waiting for me at the entrance, and I knew I was in trouble. She wanted to talk in the cafeteria, steered me away from the morgue. Now, it might be a little late to mention that this story is not for the faint of heart. When we sat down, my boss asked how well I knew a security guard, who we'll call Edgar. He was a nice guy, I said, early 40s, always said hey, asked how you were doing, but that's all I knew. We never spoken past basic pleasantries, so I told her that. She then went on to say that his body was found in our cold storage that afternoon. It was a crazy couple of days, and even if it was only for a moment, I was a murder suspect. Thankfully, the surveillance and autopsy cleared me pretty quickly. The cameras tracked me to the cafeteria while they showed Edgar entering the morgue. Certain evidence would suggest that he had crawled into our storage lockers for unsavory reasons. The leading assumption is that I came back sooner than he expected. When he heard me open John Doe's cabinet, he got quiet, so I wouldn't catch him. He was directly below John. Now, when I closed John back up, the doors are kind of hard to shut, so you gotta put some weight behind it. I remember feeling the one below his click, too. People left them partially open all the time, just because you don't realize you need that final click. Basically, I locked him in there. The doors can't be opened from inside. I did kill that man. Everyone said it wasn't my fault. I didn't get into trouble or anything, but I did put on those headphones because I've seen too many horror movies. I didn't want to think about a zombie apocalypse. I probably would have heard him struggling, if not for those headphones. He ripped his fingernails off trying to claw his way out, and I was listening to Taylor Swift. My name is Zach. I don't believe in ghosts, but my experience still haunts me. I just can't really explain what I've seen, felt, and heard. When my mother was with her ex-boyfriend, we moved into his house. It was yellow, built in 1970, and located in the Seminahina countryside, near Paris. The last owners were probably an old couple, but I never asked. That was in 2011. I spent 3 years there before my mom and stepfather separated. Among the strange events that occurred, I remember the reversed cross on the garage ceiling. It was caused by humidity, but every time we fixed it, the shape always reappeared on the same spot. My cat used to yell like he was in pain when he walked beneath the cross. but I assumed it was pure coincidence. One night, a friend slept over while my family was away. I had to get something from my mom's bedroom, and I felt like I was being watched. Mom used to hate her room because she sometimes woke up thinking a stranger was lying next to her. When I returned to my room, my friend was terrified. Her face was blank as she described seeing something through the window. It was probably a bird or an owl, but the creepy feeling was mutual. One of the craziest episodes happened during a party. We were talking with two friends while standing near a Buddha statue in mirrors. We were calm. No one was on any drugs. Then, all of the mirrors suddenly fell, and the statue's head was sliced off, while the body remained standing. Everyone was shocked and asking for an explanation. Maybe it was the temperature, but it was just a regular April night. I don't remember any weird weather issues. Then there's the story about why we replaced our TV so often. The screen used to activate itself, change channels even when we were watching something. Technicians said it was something they couldn't fix because the device was too old. Did I mention the bathroom mirror? Yeah, I know it sounds cliche, but I never saw ghosts in the mirror. It was always dirty, even if we cleaned it on a daily basis. It reminds me of the inverted cross. Anyway, my fiancé and I now have our own flat. It's a cool atmosphere, but sometimes I think about my nights in that yellow house. Ghosts or not, there's definitely something haunting my memories. I worked overnight at a subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing, and the officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. I'm a night janitor at a big city corporate office building. There are other janitors, but we're spread out on different floors, so we basically do our rounds completely alone. During my first week on the job, which started just after the COVID crisis started dying down, I noticed a lot of weird things. I think the first thing was the trash. I used to wear headphones and listen to music while I worked, but you'll see why I stopped in a minute. The main area is a bunch of cubicles crammed together, but they're in rows, so it's not like I can just miss one. I do them in order, and by the end, it's like I've made a circle. After I dump the trash, I make another loop with the vacuum. One day I'm coming around with my vacuum and one of the trash bins has quite a few empty chip bags, snack wrappers in it. I'm fairly certain that I had emptied it. But hey, we all have our moments. Or maybe they were just stuck to the bin and I just didn't notice. Anything's possible. But then it kept happening. Not every night, but often enough to make me wonder. I also have to cut the lights off before I leave, so I turn them off as I finish each area, starting with the boss's office in the back. There were multiple occasions when I would be getting on the elevator, only to look back and see some of the lights were on again. This was enough to make me ask my coworkers had they had anything like this happen on their rounds, but they just made ghost jokes. looked at me like I was crazy, so I let it go. Then I heard a loud bang on window washing night, loud enough to hear over my music. It came from the big offices, and I had already cleaned and turned off the lights back there. When I went to investigate, I found more junk food trash in the bin, and one of the desk chairs was knocked over. Not where it had been sitting, mind you, no. It was now over by the window. That's when I went from, ha, weirded out, to genuinely uneasy. I'll admit, I've always been pretty superstitious, so that's where my mind went. It's amazing what you can convince yourself of when you're alone in a dark, creepy space. The next day I told my supervisor everything, asked if someone had died in the building, made a proper fool of myself. The building is less than 10 years old. No one's ever died in it. And it wasn't built on some taboo burial ground or anything sketchy. All in all, it's just another cliché, boring high-rise. I won't lie, I was disappointed. I'd really built up this whole lovable Casper-like ghost character with a penchant for junk food and pranks. But sadly, there was no backstory to fuel this fantasy. The more I thought about it, the more I began to think, if it's not a ghost, it must be a person. The fear that comes from ghosts is kind of a novelty fear. You know what I mean? It's a fun kind of scary. Most people don't actually think it could hurt them. But shady characters lurking in empty office buildings, they instill an entirely different fear. The bad kind. And that's when I stopped listening to music at work. Things continued as normal for a few days, and then I got the scare of my life as I was trying to leave. All the lights were out, and I was just waiting for my elevator. That's when I heard a door to one of the offices open and close. Then a set of footsteps started making their way down the hall, and someone was whistling the tune from Kill Bill. My heart stopped at that moment. And I don't think it's beat quite the same since. I didn't have anywhere to run. It was basically a race between those footsteps and the elevator. Which would reach me first? Well, as I'm sure you can guess, the footsteps won. There was just enough light to make out a tall, scrawny man in his boxers. His hair was sticking up like he hadn't groomed himself in months. I couldn't see his face clearly, yet my brain branded him with wild madman eyes. I was frozen with fear. I didn't know why I didn't hide behind my cart or the reception desk. I just stood there with a scream stuck in my throat. He saw me and froze. That eerie whistle tune died on his lips and he began rushing towards me. The elevator finally dinged behind me and the doors shut just as he was reaching me. I found some of my coworkers and we called the police. A few hours later, they were escorting the man outside. Later, I learned that he was laid off during COVID. I guess I shouldn't say his real name, so I'm going to call him Ted. Ted really needed that job. Without it, he lost his home, his car, his wife. The poor guy didn't know what to do, so he snuck back into his old office. He'd worked there for years, so he knew the schedules, stayed well hidden during working hours. And then his mind became progressively worse. That made him increasingly careless. That night I found the chair knocked over. He was trying to throw it through the window so that he could jump. But yeah, those kinds of buildings aren't made with regular glass, so he couldn't break it. I really don't know what he would have done to me if the elevator hadn't made it in time. He wasn't a violent man in his regular life, but his mind was so far gone, there's just no telling. Back around 1992, I was a sophomore in high school, and unlike most of my friends, I didn't work a typical fast food or retail job. I was great with my hands, and I did things like construction, demolition, flooring, auto mechanics. I started working at 14, so I was always paid under the table. It was beneficial for both sides since I was only called when needed, and I was willing to work evenings and weekends. One of my employers did remodeling jobs like restaurants, bars, retail shops, commercial projects. Those were the kind that were perfect for me because they could only be worked on after hours and weekends. It wasn't uncommon for one employer to leave me alone with a list of things to do, mostly demolition. I did this while the other crew worked on installation and remodeling. I was a kid, but they respected me because I did what I was supposed to do. And I did it without complaints. I was paid well. I made more in one night than my friends at McDonald's made all week. One day, I got a call about a project for the following Saturday. I was told to bring food, drinks, because there was nothing nearby. I filled a small cooler with Cokes, Gatorade, chips, and a couple sandwiches. Back then, I could eat a whole pizza and burn it off. I didn't have a license yet, so starting that Saturday, my employers picked me up, drove me to the site, and left me there, alone. I rarely worked with other crew members. They were all the skilled labor guys. I was just the demo kid. This part was my major downfall. I didn't pay attention to where we were going. I was too busy talking about cars, and at the time, my goal was to save up enough money to buy an old muscle car and rebuild it. It took a long time to arrive at the site. It was in the middle of nowhere. You may not think California has places like this, but back in the early 90s, there were big plots of land and homes out in the Mojave Desert. We left the highway and went down a few other 2-lane roads for a long distance. He asked about my drinks and pulled out a jug of water that he had in his truck. It looked like it had been there a while, but he told me to take it since the water to the house I was working on was shut off. As we pulled up to the property, he was in a hurry to get to another site. So I hurried to help him unload the breaker bars, shovels, pry bar, hammer, broom, trash bins, and the small tool bag. He said that he would pick me up at 5 or 6, since there was no electricity at the site either. That was his way of saying that I was only getting paid until then. It was never too outrageous, and we always had a good understanding of those kinds of things. He drove away, and I was left all alone. I walked into the mostly empty house, and I began removing what was left of the furniture and appliances, ripping out the floors, gutting the kitchen and bathrooms. Removing the paneling was next. This project was what we now call a flip. They were going to fix it up and sell it. Almost immediately, I got a little bit spooked by the place. It was very odd. Now, remember, I was used to working alone all night, and this was the middle of a sunny Saturday. The house was old, dark, musty, and sort of cool, the kind of cool that gives you goosebumps. To add to the spook factor, let me describe what I remember about the house. Imagine being back in the 60s. There was dark green carpet that looked like matted down broccoli, pine wood with dark stains, old granny curtains, an avocado green sink, and the paneling was actual tongue and groove boards. The old furniture and stuffed animals looked at least 30 years old. The overall style was right out of an old Western ranch. There were actual wagon wheels inside and outside the home. I had an old battery-powered radio that only picked up a few stations, but I was just happy for the noise. I started removing all the junk, and as I normally did, when there wasn't a dumpster on site, I made a trash pile. I tore the flooring out next, and to my delight, everything came up with ease. All I had to do was rip, cut, toss. Then, I used a big demo hammer to tear apart the kitchen in less than an hour. I ended up using the big jug of water to periodically wash my hands and face, but by late noon, the desert dryness starts taking the moisture from you. By then, I was down to my last drink, and had already eaten everything I brought. No worries, the guys should be here in a couple of hours, right? As the time for them to arrive neared, I finished the last of my tasks. I even swept the entire place so that it could be ready for the rehab crew to start making it look modern. It wasn't a typical hot desert day for that time of year. but as soon as the sun set, it began to cool rapidly. I had on a flannel shirt, but that wasn't enough. It was starting to get dark. This was before cell phones became common, and the house had no electricity, no water, or phone. I climbed on top of the roof, hoping to see something in the distance. And miles down, I saw the road connected to a smaller road. There were a few homes, but they were all dark. My first thought was to hike to the neighbor's house and ask to use the phone, but no one was home, and this home also looked abandoned. The early 90s was the start of a recession, so it wasn't uncommon for a lot of foreclosed homes to be in track of occupied homes. I worked in a lot of those at the time. I started thinking about my options as it grew darker. I could stay at the house until morning, hike a few miles with what water I had left, or wait until morning and start hiking then. I also realized that no one knew where I was except my boss. I don't know if he told anyone else where I was, and my family wouldn't miss me until at least Sunday night. I didn't even tell them that I was going to work there. They knew how much I would work to save up for my car, so they never worried about me not coming home. I didn't have a flashlight or any way to make a fire, but the night sky looked amazing and the moon was bright. Of course, that doesn't mean I didn't try. I was going to make a small fire out of construction debris when the temperature hit the low 40s, but that didn't pan out. My only option was to wait inside the empty, creepy house. It seemed even creepier when sitting alone in the dark. At roughly 8 p.m., my radio's batteries start to die. It was my only source of little light and noise. I grabbed a wooden chair and I sat in the living room facing the door. I heard wind, odd animal noises, and what sounded like leaves crunching under feet. I started shivering from the cold, so I tried to make a fire in the fireplace. Picture Tom Hanks trying to start a fire in Castaway. At least it was keeping my mind on my situation. Sitting there next to the fireplace made the house seem even darker than it should have. It was already dark in the daytime, but now, even with the moonlight, I was essentially sitting in complete darkness. My mind started to play tricks on me. I saw shadows moving inside and outside. I also heard someone talking or whispering, so I got up from my chair and I yelled, "Hello?" The instant I did, something fell on the other side of the house. I ran back outside. At least I could see better in the moonlight. I heard noises and I saw movement in the distance, but I couldn't make anything out of it. I had my tools sitting next to the corner of the house, ready for my boss to return. So I ran to them, grabbed the Big Daddy. It was the heavy pry bar that I'd used for the demolition, and I was ready to defend myself from who or whatever was out there. I have to keep moving because my shirt wasn't enough to keep me warm. The wind was also picking up. There wasn't a single light around me. I didn't want to risk falling in the dark if I tried to climb back onto the roof. So I got on top of the gate, hoping to see some house or car lights. I immediately thought of the horror stories that people tell about Satanist groups. Strange disappearances, people coming to the Mojave Desert just to bury bodies. Every noise had me on edge. Every shadow had my heart pounding. I knew no one was in that house, but I swore I heard noises from inside. I huddled up on the front porch, looking into the living room window, expecting to see someone any moment. So much had already happened by 11 that I knew it was going to be a long night. I didn't know how I was going to make it another 6 hours until daybreak. The moment light started to appear on the horizon, I planned to take what little water remained and walk east. I knew going east would eventually lead me to a paved road. Closer to midnight, I was wide awake with my eyes fixed on the dirt road, thinking a car would come any minute. I kept turning to look inside each time I heard a new noise. I tried to tell myself that it was just a rat or some other kind of rodent. I saw a shadow move from the kitchen to the hall, and I jumped out of my seat, knowing it was human, not an animal. I started backing my way off the porch towards the debris pile, but I tripped and I fell on the ground. I scrambled back to my feet, but fell again. It was like something pushed me down, and suddenly there were bright lights coming closer as I laid there. I jumped up and saw my boss. He was giving me a "what the heck are you doing" look, but I was just glad to see him. I couldn't even be mad. I asked him what happened, and he apologized, but he thought the other crew was coming to get me. It wasn't until he asked the other crew leader how far along I'd gotten that they realized their mistake. It took him almost 2 hours to get there from where they were, and he felt terrible enough to pay me for the entire time I was there. He also gave me a Coke from his cooler, and I drank it in one gulp. Once we got back to civilization, we went to a drive-thru, and I ate like I'd never eaten before. On the drive home, I asked about the house and told him how creepy it was. He said he didn't have any information on the home, only what we were supposed to do. After that, I made sure to always have extra batteries, flashlights, and double the amount of liquid. In 1994, I was 24, and at the ER with a piece of glass lodged in my pinky finger. It had a pretty nasty infection. The doctor removed the glass, irrigated the wound, and sent me home with instructions to return if anything worsened. Home was a 30-minute drive, and within moments of arriving, I began to feel immense pain. I immediately went back to the hospital, but by then, the pain was completely unbearable. The veins in my right arm were purple. It felt like someone had used a spade bit to drill a hole in my hand before dousing it in gasoline and striking a match. I collapsed on the ER floor, and the next thing I knew, they were cutting the ring off of my swollen finger and preparing me for surgery. The doctor asked if I was willing to lose my hand to save my life, and I told him to do whatever was necessary. I later woke up in the ICU with a severe strep infection. I still had my hand, but they cut open my pinky, palm, and wrist to scrape the infection from my nerves and tendons. I stayed in the ICU for 2 weeks, but my blood counts weren't improving. One night, I had a dream, or a vision, if you will. I woke to a black shadow lifting and dropping the end of my bed, but it disappeared after startling me awake. Terrified, I rang the nurse's bell several times, but when there was no response, I got up to find the nurse's station. The hospital was different. The lights were off in my room, and the door was open. I walked down the dimly lit hallway, and it was nasty. Filth was dripping and oozing down the urine-colored walls. There were a few people roaming around, but they were dead. Slowly shuffling about in their hospital gowns with their IV stands, I ran back to my room and jumped into bed. The black shadow returned, and I realized he was neither death or a demon. He didn't have detailed facial or body features, just a black humanoid body surrounded by an aura of darkness. Without making a sound, he violently repeated, lifting the end of the heavy hospital bed and slamming it down, shaking it side to side. Finally, with as much authority as possible, I yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to go." The room momentarily went black, and there was a sudden bam. A bright white electricity shattered the void to envelop the demon with a crackling vehemence. The creature reacted as if it were being fried by 20,000 volts of pure electricity. And just like that, it was gone. I woke to the welcoming sight of bright lights, a sanitized room, and beeping monitors. When I rang the nurse's bell, they came immediately and checked everything out. The next morning, the doctor said my blood work was great, with a normal white cell count. Which, don't forget, there had been 14 days of no improvement before that. I was released the following day, and I went through vigorous physical therapy to regain full use of my hand. It took 28 years to write this experience, so I'm sharing it here with you. We all have been told at one point or another not to mess with a Ouija board. It welcomes in spirits, it can bring on disaster, have respect, blah, blah, blah. So of course, when my brother and I were maybe 12 years old, we had to play with the one we found out our auntie had stashed away when we were visiting. We got about what you would expect from something we didn't take too seriously. Little girl wants to play, that whole thing. I think what creeped us out was when we said we were going to close the door now, that we had to go, and all we got was no. My brother and I just looked at each other. I told him to stop screwing with me, and he said the same thing back to me. So we said again, we really have to go. No. The board replied, well, we promised to come back tomorrow to play if you let us go, we pleaded. Goodbye, it replied. Of course, we didn't come back. We packed that thing up and never looked at it again. Now, fast forward several years, my brother and I move out of our mom's place and we get our own apartment. Life is good. And my sister wasted no time moving into our old room in the basement, under the stairs. One day, she called me up and asked, hey, you know a lot about that paranormal shit, don't you? Of course I did, or at least I knew more than she did. Well, she continued, there's this girl. She likes to run down the stairs. Bump, 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 bump. And then she slowly walks up the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. All night. On top of that, sometimes I'll hear someone just outside my door whispering, hey, until I go check to see who it is. Can you come check it out? Of course, because I didn't learn my lesson from the first time I played with spirit stuff, I said yes. So I go back to my mom's place one day, set up in the basement with a candle and my cell phone, like I'm a big shot paranormal investigator, and start asking questions. Are you here? What's your name? Are you angry at us? Nothing. So we try to escalate. Come on, coward, do something. Scratch us, yell at us. Hit something. Suddenly, from the living room downstairs, a knock. We looked at each other. Must be the cat, but let's go check. We go out and ask, can you do it again? And it obliged. Knock. This one surprised us. It sounded like it came from the wood-framed couch that we were standing beside. So we said, okay, one more time. If you're truly here, knock one more time. Now, I don't know if you had one of those metal banister railings going downstairs growing up, but if you had them, then you know the sound it makes when you hit it just right. That reverberating bong. Well, sure enough, after we called on it one last time, bong. Needless to say, we turned all the lights on, cleaned up, and went to bed for the night. It's been over a decade since then, and over the years it's escalated for her. No matter where she goes, bottles fly off the counters, bumps in the night, shadows in the corner, torn up bed sheets, and nightmares of that same little girl, only now she's angry. It seems to follow her wherever she goes, and when I'm with her, it's pretty common to hear a bump in another room, or something firmly in the middle of the coffee table to suddenly be on the floor. She just kind of lives with it, but I can't help but wonder, did my brother and I accidentally call on something all those years ago? And did it decide to torment our sister when we broke our promise to come back? A few years ago, my boyfriend and best friend of 4 years had just dumped me. I was using this website, Meet Me, to meet people in my area while I was in college. My profile clearly stated that I was not explicitly looking for anyone to date, just wanted to meet new people. I had just been dumped, so I was really trying to put myself out there, and I'm not really the type to go out. In my area, there's a giant dance-a-thon that my university puts on every year to raise money for a children's hospital. I had someone message me and ask if I'd heard of it. I told him that my dance team usually performed at it every year. He told me he was actually one of the children that was supported by the event when he was younger. I thought that was really cool, so I asked him a little about his experience with that and genuinely thought it was interesting. After a while, that conversation was kind of dead and I didn't really have much else to say. Plus, it was getting late and I kind of wanted to go to bed. I told him so, and after about 10 minutes of laying in my bed, trying to sleep, I got another notification. I glanced at it real fast, and this dude had honestly sent me a novel. After this event, I swiftly deleted the account, so unfortunately, I don't have access to the exact messages. So I'm going to do my best to remember. The first one went a little something like, "Look, I'll be honest. I really want to keep talking to you. In fact, I'd actually really like to take you out on a date sometime. You seem like a really nice girl and very sweet and interesting. I think we would get along extremely well. I'm kind of alone in this world." Insert long-winded commentary about his loneliness here. He also didn't use any punctuation, so it took me a long time to dissect this. I responded and told him I wasn't interested. He was about 7 years older than me. I was 20 at the time. I tried to say goodnight again. Then he responded with another novel, along the lines of, "I don't think you understand. You're perfect to me. You were made for me. I'm sure of it. God speaks to me, you know. God wants us to be together, and we will be. One day, you'll be mine." I'm trying to be polite because he was so nice earlier, and I guess I'm naive. I don't totally know, but I kept responding, trying to let him down easy. Some more highlights. "Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but God has decided this. Who are we to deny him of his plan? Someday in the future, we'll end up together. You'll realize it soon." And things like, "We're going to have 3 children. I know their names. 2 boys, 1 girl. God spoke their names to me. I wrote them down when I was 7 years old, and I still have that paper. Do you know how I know you're going to be my wife? Because I wrote your name down with it. You'll be my wife. Don't make a mistake. God is talking to me now. He's saying your name to me. I can't let you leave." At this point, I blocked and reported him, noped the hell off that site, and I went to bed all creeped out. Morning came, and he had found me on Facebook, and he was going on and on and on, starting with comments along the lines of, "Where did you go? How could you do this to me? You're denying our fate." He did it all night. I freaked out, told him to leave me alone pretty aggressively, and blocked him. I deleted all of the social media apps off of my phone for the next few days. I asked my roommates to stay at home with me. They agreed after I told them what happened. I was actually genuinely afraid that this dude was going to come and find me. I mean, he was local. and I had made nice conversation by telling him my major and some clubs that I was in. He could have showed up anywhere, but thankfully, he didn't, and that was the end of that. So, creepy, meet me, dude. Let's not meet. My career in journalism was short-lived. The drive it took to uncover a hard-hitting truth wasn't really my thing. I wrote for my town's weekly newspaper. We covered all the local happenings going on in our small community. From church bake sales to school fundraisers. We'd also be at the high school home games for whichever sports season. So, short-lived career, but one exciting story. After a year of working these lackluster gigs, I was not only bored but uninspired. My journalistic integrity was being traded each time I collected a paycheck for articles I cared nothing about. Word salads to entertain our dwindling readers before something shiny could steal their attention. The purpose for why I entered the field had been forgotten. Drowned, rather. Submerged by the grip of accumulating bills and a slight coke addiction during this time in my life. Although it has nothing to do with my story, it did consume a lot of my income and was a big contributing factor as to why I continued working for a newspaper I hated. And because I mentioned it, I feel like I also need to state that I never became a cokehead. I was a functioning addict, if you could be that. First time my dad found out was when I called him from rehab. My first son was on the way, and I wanted to kick every habit. Almost 23 years later, we're still good. So, let's get back to the story. So I'm assigned a story on an upcoming Police or People week. That week, I'm supposed to ride around with a few police officers and interview them. This week was set up as an attempt by our mayor to grow trust and humanization of our cops with the community. Monday and Tuesday, the officers I meet, although nice, live just as miserable lives as me. Nothing extravagant. My biggest challenge was embellishing the notes I took to fill a whole column with such content as lived in Montana and played basketball in college. Each sentence dimming the fading light of hope I had for writing an article that someone would actually read, not just fillers for blank space. Thursday evening, my pleas for excitement were granted. The officer I'm interviewing that night is named Mr. Dell. He was a rookie cop who'd just graduated from the academy. His bubbly personality was a stark contrast from his fellow officers. The glaze of hopelessness wasn't draped over his eyes when he introduced himself. Officer Jake Dell. He was 22 years old, served in the military, and a fun fact about him was that he was left-handed. As the interview took place, we rode around in his police car, and I had the chance to see him do some real police work. Officer Dell was cool. His tall stature demanded respect, but his soft-spoken voice felt like a soothing parent as I watched him talk to some really drunk people outside of a bar. We'd even given one of them a ride home after we were done there. Later that night, in the early a.m., we received a noise disturbance complaint in a small neighborhood on the south side of town. We follow the coordinates to an address located at the end of a long cul-de-sac. Our vehicle pulls in without lights or sirens and parks in front of the house. It's a vacant home with a for sale sign in the front yard. Officer Dell double-checks that we're in the right place and dispatch confirms. So he tells me to stay in the car while he checks it out. When he opened his car door, the neighborhood was quiet. He walks to the other side of the car and into the front yard with his flashlight on. He writes the real estate agent's information on a small notepad, then takes his flashlight and starts pointing it in each of the windows. I'm following the circle of the light from window to window. We both see something big covering most of the window frame. Suddenly, it shoots straight down, out of view. Officer Dell looks at me, then looks back at the house. He taps his radio for dispatch, but the line is silent. He clicks a couple more times, but can't produce a beep. Officer Dell turns around and hops back into the car and tries to use the radio, but it's still quiet. We drive around the block again until we find reception to call it in. And we have no success, so we pull back in front of the house. Sitting next to me, Officer Dell asks if I saw it too, in the window. I did. He gets back out and reminds me not to leave the car before he closes the door and once again approaches the house. His flashlight scanning each of the windows as he walks towards the front door. He knocks a couple of times before trying the handle. The door's unlocked. Officer Dell retrieves his gun and slowly steps into the dark house. Through the front windows, I can see his brief flashes from his flashlight as he makes his way from room to room in the house. When he returns to the car, he's sitting there with a puzzled stare. He says upstairs there were hundreds of dead crows in each room. The whole house smelled like complete death, but he didn't find any squatters or anything. No windows were broken, and from his quick inspection, no signs of forced entry or damage anywhere else in the house. That's well and good, but how did all those birds get in there? The floors upstairs were covered, as he said, in black feathers. We drive back to the station, and when Officer Dell is recounting his odd experience to the other officers in the room, they joke that it's really the realtor's problem. Under what I can only describe as frat-like pressure, Officer Dell called the number from his notes, leaving a message explaining the noise complaint and what he found. I have to believe that a bit of unprofessional laughter was caught on the answering machine as Officer Dell hung up, because it was deafening at the precinct. After thanking Officer Dell for the interview and ride-along, I got in my car and left. But before I went home, I decided to go back to that address and check it out for myself before the realtor had time to clean it all up. Call it morbid curiosity. Call it a journalistic thirst for the unknown. Something pulled me back down that quiet neighborhood, returning to where I was just 30 minutes ago, but this time in a small convertible and alone. I parked a little ways down the street. I had a flashlight. It wasn't nearly as powerful as Officer Dell's, but it was enough to softly illuminate my near surroundings. The front door is still unlocked, and when I open it, the smell is immediately overwhelming. I retch, and I pull the neck of my shirt over my nose to breathe. I head toward the stairs, shining my light up the first couple of steps. There's already a couple of dead crow bodies lying at various levels, and I hear wings begin to aggressively flap my way. I duck, but when the sound passes, I can see none of the crows have moved, and they're still resting in place. Making my way to the top, I realize Officer Dell was not over-exaggerating when he said hundreds of crows. I felt myself moving forward, looking from room to room, wanting answers as to why all of these dead birds were here. When I get to the room we originally saw the figure in, the floor's not been spared of crow remains, but inside this room is a tall ladder leaned against the vaulted ceiling. It's near a piece of ceiling that's recently been partially filled in. a large hole still takes up a large patch of this fill work. I climb up the ladder and shine my light into the hole. There's a good 3-foot gap between the room's ceiling and the roof's interior, leading outside. That layer is undamaged, but the gap between looked like a wooden slide into the abyss of black, probably leading into the walls. I wasn't brave enough to climb in there, nor do I think I could have climbed out. I envisioned myself being stuck in there, upside down like an unfortunate cave explorer. And so I began to climb back down. Then the whole room suddenly flashed white, and I lost my balance. I fell off the ladder. I hit the floor. It knocks the wind out of me. And I lay and I wheeze until I get enough oxygen to get to my feet and run back to my car. I stayed up until the morning, trying to write a story about my time with Officer Dell. What ran in the paper was another cookie-cutter story about a rookie cop with big hopes for our community. I didn't have another opportunity to enter that house, and it sold a few months later. I'd be curious to know if Officer Dell remembers that night. I went out with my friends one day to see a movie. We were on the bus home and it was pretty packed, so we were scattered across the floor of the bus. One of my friends eventually got somewhere to sit, and it was because this man gestured for her to sit at this empty seat, so she did. He was really chatty and loud and was having a conversation with the woman sitting next to my friend, so he was leaning over her a lot. There ended up being another empty seat, and he gestured for me to come sit. I thought he was just being polite, so I did. Then he stopped his conversation with the woman and turned over to me, and was just getting way too close to me, to the point where I was moving into the woman sitting next to me. He asked my name and complimented it after I told him my fake backup name, and he kept asking me personal information, excessively complimenting me. I dodged them, but he was making me uncomfortable with how many questions he was asking. I usually don't take this bus home, so I didn't know the names of the stops, and he ended up asking me which stop I was getting off at. I panicked, and I couldn't think of a fake stop, and I told him the one I was really getting off at. I know it was stupid. I just didn't think in the moment. He ends up leaving me alone and continuing the conversation with the woman from before. My stop ends up coming up, and I get off. As I get to the intersection to go across the street, the flashing hand signal was just counting down, so I rushed to make it to my second bus. About a second after I get off the bus, my friend called me and immediately asked if I was okay. I was confused and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. What's up?" She says as soon as I got off, the man ended up getting off as well. I was in pure shock and started looking on the bus to see if he was on it. Thankfully, he wasn't, but it was just insane to think that he really followed me. I live near a haunted cemetery where I used to go ghost hunting. Throughout my visits, I noticed it was most active in the spring and during the day. I didn't catch many anomalies, just a few occasional orbs. A friend and I once went on a gloomy, rainy day. It was unusually quiet, and we were instantly surrounded by little black flies, the kind you find around lakes and rivers. We took pictures throughout the cemetery, especially of one grave that featured a man and a woman kissing. We didn't experience anything except for the flies and the lack of bird sounds. When we got back to my friend's house, I began looking through the pictures on my cheap straight-talk phone. The camera sucked, but it was better than the naked eye. One picture showed something crazy. I still have it, but it's on Facebook, which dulled the quality. Before, it clearly showed a winged creature peeking around a gravestone and a large shadow entity by another. The original is still on that old phone, but it doesn't turn on anymore. I returned a few more times and tried different ghost apps, but none of them actually worked. I thought I heard responses on one app, but I couldn't be sure. The next day, while taking a shower, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. It looked like a black hand with long, bony fingers. I turned away and turned back a minute later to see a tall black figure with long arms standing in the corner of my vision. But when I turned to look at it directly, nothing was there. My shirt was on the floor and bunched in a way that gave it almost an inhuman face. It looked like it was laughing at me. After that experience, I stopped going to the cemetery for a while. But that fall, I returned with a different friend and his girlfriend. It was a weird trip. I took a picture of them on a hill, and there was something standing behind them. It had a pale face with a menacing smile, black eyes, a missing nose. I believe the cemetery has a portal, and that the surrounding woods are haunted as well. Many entities seem to pass through the area, but I believe one is serving as a guard, and I think it's a soul collector. The last part of this story pertains to this one entity. In 2019, I returned to the cemetery with my friend from the first trip. I wanted to try a new app called The Portal, and trust me, that app wasn't what it is today. Supposedly, it used to reverse speech, but you couldn't hear words. And if you did, it was a spirit. We began exploring and asking questions. But nothing happened until we came to a certain area, and we heard whispering through the app. It almost sounded like it was answering our questions, but I couldn't make out its words. It stayed with us until we heard a deep, electronic scream. Then it stopped. Nothing else afterwards. So we returned to my apartment. While watching TV, I saw a shadow on the wall, like it passed in front of the light. I thought my friend was moving his arm, but I looked down the hallway to see a disfigured humanoid shadow dart out of my room. My friend said he felt a weird energy, and later, when he was sleeping, I felt uneasy while playing a game. It felt like something was watching me. So I turned towards the window. I saw a black mass with white, glowing eyes staring at me. It suddenly dissipated like smoke. I told my friend the next morning, and he said he had weird dreams about a monster. Curious, I wanted to try the Portal app again, but my friend didn't want any part of it. I took it to my room, began asking who was here, who the shadow was. I got nothing at first. When I finally did get a response, I asked for a name. In a clear, deep voice, it said, Louis. But immediately after, a robotic, inhumane voice said, Let me in. After I said no, it repeated itself twice more before falling silent. I asked, Who's there? For a few minutes, a woman's voice said, Your house is haunted. Then the robotic voice returned, once again demanding. I still said no, but this time it responded with an angry electronic roar. I concluded it was mimicking human voices in an attempt to trick me. I stopped messing around with it, and a few days later, I started having bad luck. I lost my job and my apartment, which resulted in moving back to my mother's house. In October 2019, I got a new job, and things began to improve again, until the entity made itself known, tried to take my life by causing a wreck. I was driving when I saw something that looked like an extremely tall, skeletal deer walking on two legs. It had crazy horns. Its head was a goat skull. I only saw it for a split second. Then everything went black. I woke up to someone knocking on my window. I had a broken eye socket, 2 meniscus tears in my knee, and a bad cut on my head. They said my SUV rolled a quarter of a mile. I didn't mention the cemetery's name because it's a dangerous place. I've never gone back. I truly believe that the entity that's always there is either a soul collector, some kind of portal guardian. I've encountered lesser demons, but I've never seen anything like this. I have a photo of this entity, but it manipulated the background to form a face. Although I've heard many stories from my uncle about his time as an EMT, this is the story that will stick with me until I die. About 6 years ago, my Uncle Vinny's paramedic crew responded to a call from a hotel in Philly. And it was one of the more horrific experiences he's had. The initial report stated that a maintenance man named Mike went to check on room 417 since water had been reported flooding into the hallway, and it was he who found the body. Mike informed 911 that there was a man in the in-suite bathroom who appeared to be deceased, and he was all but hyperventilating as he tried to make this report. Mike relayed that he saw the man and immediately backed out of the room, being careful not to drop his phone into the several inches of water on the floor. My uncle's 2-man paramedic team entered the room about 12 minutes later, and they almost gagged at the smell of feces and burning flesh. Vinny, who has a stomach of steel, had to press his hands to his mouth to keep from vomiting. The room was filled with steam, and the humidity was instantly making the men sweat profusely. Their grip on their equipment was slipping, and they knew they needed to extract the victim quickly. The naked man was floating in the hot tub, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. From the looks of the man, he'd been in the water for a while, since his bruised skin was starting to peel off of his body in long, squishy strips. Vinny held his breath and checked for vitals, while one of the other EMTs went to get a bag for the body. Even though my uncle saw corpses regularly, this method of death was a disturbing first for him, and something about the whole situation was unnerving. As Vinny placed his fingers on the man's wrist, expecting to feel nothing, he had to choke back a startled scream when the victim's hand shot out and grasped his arm. It wasn't a corpse. The John Doe didn't show any other signs of being responsive, but when the other EMT went to check the man's eyes for a dilation reaction, his pupils, they looked slitted, almost like those of a reptile. Vinny was weirded out, but dismissed it as a side effect of getting boiled alive, like a hard-boiled egg. As the men removed the victim from the hot tub, the man began to thrash, strips of flesh splattering on the EMTs. They tried to pin the man down to keep him from hurting himself, but he was shockingly strong. As the last bits of flesh dropped to the floor, Vinny saw that it wasn't skin underneath. It was more like scales. His partner must have noticed too, because both men began screaming, almost in unison. The thing began to growl, and my uncle's normal desire to figure out the problem turned into sheer fight or flight, with flight winning out. He ran from the hotel room, his teammate on his heels. They slammed the door behind them, and a moment later, they heard one of the windows shatter. The men had no idea how to explain to their boss what had just happened. But after some phone calls and a few men in black suits appearing, they were given a specific story to follow. They were told to say that a John Doe tried to drown himself and that the mentally unhinged man climbed down the fire escape when his attempt failed. Vinny, who was paid extra well to keep his mouth shut, never did tell anyone about his story until he shared it with me the other day. I could tell he didn't want to, but I was the only one in the family that he thought would believe him. The only reason he even shared his ridiculous story is because he thinks something has been stalking him the last few weeks, and he's worried that the creature has returned. I thought he was crazy until I went to his house yesterday. I saw a trail of bipedal, clawed footprints underneath his windowsill. I heard something in my local bar that will stay with me for a long, long time. There's a regular who loves mountain climbing. He's pretty old now, and I guess he doesn't climb that much anymore. He's always been a pretty quiet man, but one cold winter's night, he suddenly started telling me his story. "Do you like the mountains?" he asked. "I do," I replied. "I'm more of a day tripper rather than a climber, I guess, though." "You don't go up in the mountains when the snow starts to thaw, do you?" I said that I didn't. I like snowy mountains, but I haven't ever been climbing when the snow and the ice is slippery. Seems too dangerous. Don't ever go when it thaws," he replied. He looked as if he was deep in thought. He said that when he was younger, he and a friend went for a hike when the snow was melting. They planned on staying the night in a lodge. He carefully picked out the right clothes and boots for the trip. The melting snow was going to make the climb harder, and precautions were necessary. You need good eye protection and a hat, because when the sun rises over you, it can burn and blind you. But since it was still cold and not yet spring, the biting cold can come back in the blink of an eye. The wind is just as harsh out there in the elements. He said that luckily the weather wasn't as bad as he thought it might have been. He and his friend were in good spirits, and the pair were making good time with their climb. They saw a group of people up ahead. The group was descending as they were ascending the mountain. When they drew closer, they offered a little greeting their way. There were 5 of them, and not one of them said a word. They didn't reply or even acknowledge the greeting. Well, they thought that was kind of rude since they literally walked straight past them. He noticed something about the clothing that the group was wearing. Some were dressed for warmer temperatures, and the others were dressed for colder temperatures. Some were wearing t-shirts and shorts, and others were wearing thick winter coats. He spoke with his friend and determined that because it was partly sunny and still cold, the clothing didn't seem that unusual. They carried on climbing until they reached the lodge. They went to check in, and the clerk said to them, "Oh, great. You know what? You'll have the run of the place to yourselves. There's no other bookings, and there aren't any other climbers today. Pretty lucky, huh?" The pair of them stood there, puzzled, because they'd just seen a group of people. They asked, "Does that mean that there are no other climbers, and there won't be any other climbers today?" yes. According to the owner of this lodge, the mountain's wide open. No one's here except us, the clerk replied. Well, they couldn't get their heads around that because they'd just seen that group of 5. They spoke to the owner of the lodge a little later on in the day. They explained to him that they had seen a mixed group of hikers descending the mountain. The owner of the lodge looked visibly shaken by their story. He looked disturbed yet not unfamiliar with the idea. He said that over the course of a year, there had been 5 fatalities due to either severe weather or injuries. He then said the following: when the snow begins to thaw, that's when the victims make their way back home. So what my friend at the bar thinks he witnessed that day was something paranormal. Those 5 silent people who seemingly didn't acknowledge him and his friend, dressed in different clothing for different seasons. They could have been apparitions. That story creeped me out, so I wanted to share it. For me, there's always something mysterious about the mountains. I'm a woman who experiences sleep paralysis often, and it's not fun. I recently moved into a new house in a beautiful village with a gorgeous view of the river. But what happened here, it's horrible. I lived a normal life, made friends in town. Life seemed perfect. Then one night I woke up and I couldn't move. This seemed I regularly experience sleep paralysis, but after a few minutes, I looked out the window and I saw a boy. He had an unusually large grin. It seemed to be full of evil. Since I was paralyzed, I couldn't react. Then, the figure walked towards the door. I heard it open, and I heard his wet footsteps coming closer and closer, until the boy entered my room. He leaned over me, his huge grin directly above my face. Then I snapped out of the paralysis and was asleep again. When I woke up, I found wet footprints on my floor, and a chill ran down my spine. I got dressed and drove into town. There, I talked to people who shared a tragic story. Long ago, a group of friends were playing near the river. As a joke, one of the children pushed a boy into the river. He couldn't swim, and he sank to the bottom. Villagers tried to save the boy, but they were too late. They found him, sitting on a rock, eyes cloudy, mouth open. It was like he sat there and waited to drown. People say his ghost will grab your ankles, pull you into his watery grave. I freaked the fuck out. I tried to sell the house, but I couldn't because it's apparently famous for being haunted. I just hope I can get out of this place. I'll never leave the apartment door unlocked again. 2 stories here. The second story is a little creepier. I, a 23-year-old female, grew up in a rural area in Ontario. It was the kind of place where you never lock the doors because you know everyone in town. The all-too-trusting small-town mentality, it stayed with me once I moved to a big city for university. I got an apartment in the student area with a college nearby and plenty of bars within walking distance. I lived with a guy friend, Roddy, who was a few years older than me from the same small town. I would usually go to the bars with friends on the weekends and stumble home by myself around 2 a.m. One night, on my way home, my neighbor, Kyle, and I met in the hallway, both headed to our own places. He was also drunk and so good-looking. He said hello and invited me inside. I ended up staying the night with him. He was nice, and it was a fun night, if not a little awkward. We didn't exchange numbers, and it didn't seem like we cared for anything to come of it, so I went home in the morning, and that was that. Fast forward to 2 days later. I was asleep in my bed. My roommate was half asleep on the couch with the TV on. He heard a sound that might have been the door creaking open, but he ignored it in his tired state. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes to see a naked man standing in front of him, lifeless and staring into his eyes. It was Kyle. Roddy tried to talk to him and ask him what he was doing here, but he didn't respond. Roddy ran to my room and said, I think Kyle is here to see you. So I followed him out into the living room, and I saw a completely naked Kyle staring at us with the most serious and concentrated eyes I'd ever seen. I tried to talk to him and ask him to leave, but once again he didn't respond. Instead, he went into our kitchen, opened the fridge. He proceeded to take out our butter, and he started smearing it all over his face and chest, saying nothing, and still with a completely serious look on his face. Roddy and I ran to my bedroom to talk about what to do. While we were in my room, Kyle walked down the hallway that led to us, and he stood in the dark right before the light of my room could reach him. All I could see was his silhouette, and he started whispering, saying hi, followed by my name. Hi, my name, repeatedly. Roddy and I ended up calling the police, staying in my room until they came and took him back to his house. They said that he must have been on drugs, but probably wasn't a threat. I agreed. I didn't think he was a threat, but I didn't sleep well that night, knowing that he's just a thin wall away from us in his apartment. I talked to Kyle about a week later. He had no memory of doing this, but he did call 911 on himself and got an ambulance to the hospital the next morning because he had severe sunstroke. So, it was likely sunstroke-induced delirium. He's okay now, thankfully. So, the second story. We'd forgotten to lock our doors another time. I was at work and Roddy was at home. I got a text from him that said, "Please get home. Someone is here, and I think you must know them because I don't." So, I took an early lunch and I came home to see what was going on. There was a man with greasy black hair so long it nearly reached his elbows, and he was pacing back and forth in our living room. Before I even got a chance to speak to him, I realized he wasn't mentally present. He would alternate between screaming at the top of his lungs like he was being murdered, and then he would cry and say things like, "I can feel the pain and suffering of everyone in the world. I can hear the voices of the poor and tormented in my brain begging me to help them. I can't stand this suffering. Nobody understands my powers and ability to know what everyone is thinking." I would chime in politely to ask, "Do you know where you are?" Or, "What is your address? I can help you get home." And then he would just scream at us because this was his house and he wasn't leaving, and he wanted us to stop, quote-unquote, judging him. After about 10 minutes of him rambling and pacing, he said his address to us, which is actually the neighboring apartment where Kyle lives. I knew Kyle had a roommate that I met, John, but apparently this was their third roommate. I went to his door and knocked, and thankfully the roommate, John, opened the door. He came to retrieve the rambling man. Later that night, John knocked on our door. I opened it to see him holding a bottle of wine. He wanted to thank us for handling the situation well, making sure that he got home. Apparently, the man had recently been in a mental hospital and left on his own accord, walked into the wrong apartment. His parents, they came and got him, and he's back in the hospital, safe and sound. So I have a story that happened to me a few nights ago. I couldn't sleep, so I was still awake at 3 a.m. watching movies on Netflix. Then all of a sudden, I heard a loud scream. At first, I thought it was my neighbors, so I opened the blinds and the window to see what was going on. I couldn't see anything, only the other houses and cars. The screaming went on for 5 minutes, and I thought maybe it was a fox, but not quite. The screaming was too distorted to be an animal. I looked a little closer down towards the woods when I saw it. It looked like a fox, but it didn't have a tail and had almost human-like eyes. As soon as I spotted it, it spotted me. It let out one last scream before it went back into the woods. I instantly ran down to my door to get my cat inside because I wasn't sure if it would be back or not, and I didn't want him to get hurt. Not even an hour later, the screaming was back, only this time it was closer and louder. I looked out my window again, and there it was, sitting in the field, looking up at my window. It just stared at me, and I stared back. It sat there for 10 minutes before it heard a car and scattered off back into the woods. This morning, I asked my parents if they heard it, but none of them did. I have a feeling it will be back tonight, so I'm going to wait and see if it will be, and I'll be making sure to keep my cat inside. I don't know what it was, but I hope it never comes back again. Update. It came back again last night. It always seems to come at 3 a.m. and scream outside my window. It wasn't alone this time. It had friends. I don't know what it wants, but I know it can't be good. I'm just glad that I'm in a 3-story building, and I pray that it can't climb walls. Growing up in a small, rural Vermont town meant that my household didn't have a lot of money, but we still shared everything we had with our extended family. That included letting my aunt and uncle and cousins move in with us when they got evicted from their house. Everything was just fine until the crying started. For 2 years, from the age 12 to age 14, I had to share a room with my little cousin Katie. It wasn't all bad, since she was close enough to my age that she wasn't a pest. But I hated the blackout curtains we had to hang so that any outside light didn't keep her up at night. I loved seeing the moonlight filter through the screen in the summer, and I missed that once Katie moved in. It was the 2nd year that they'd been living with us when the crying began. At first, I thought it was Katie sobbing quietly when she thought I was asleep, which made sense to me because she'd gotten dumped a few days before. I figured she just didn't want to talk because she was ashamed of being the one that got dumped, or she was just still too heartbroken. Over the next few weeks, however, I began realizing that it was coming from different places within our room at night. I couldn't understand why Katie was continuing to cry so much, and anytime I asked her about it, she just looked scared and shook her head. I thought something else had happened between her and her ex-boyfriend, but she just wouldn't talk to me. I told my mom and aunt about it one night while Katie was out at her friend's house, but they just shrugged it off and said that we were going through a rough time. My slightly drunk aunt joked that Katie was probably crying at night because my fashion sense was so bad, and that maybe we should try a nightlight if we were going to be such babies. I ignored her, and I decided that I was done with the whole thing. Things came to a head about a month after I talked to my mom and aunt. I was trying to sleep one night. My CD player earbuds lodged firmly in my ears when I felt a gentle tug on my pajama top sleeve. I removed the earbuds and I turned to face and speak to Katie, even though I couldn't actually see her in the darkness. "What's up?" Instead of an answer, all I got was a sniffle. And before I knew what was happening, Katie had crawled into my bed and curled up next to me. This was so out of character for her that I didn't even question it. I just gently stroked her hair. She quieted down after a bit, and I covered her with my spare blanket because she was so cold. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to Katie moving around next to me. She leaned over, her soft whisper barely reaching my ears. "Run. The one who got me is coming for you." I had no idea what she meant. I felt her get off the bed, and then everything was still and silent again. I strained my eyes to make her out in the pitch-like darkness. But with the blackout curtains, I couldn't tell where she'd gone. "Katie, who's coming? You're creeping me out." She never responded. A primordial growl sliced through the quiet, and a white-hot pain blurred my senses. I screamed as wet, warm liquid ran down my face, and a single hand snaked its way around my throat. I tried to kick out at Katie, but my feet didn't seem to be able to connect with anything. The air was rapidly getting squeezed out of my lungs, and no matter how hard I tried, it was impossible for me to tear free of this vice-like hand. I was about to pass out when my door was flung open and my father stood there. The hand had released my throat, and after a moment of catching my breath, I realized it was just my father and I in the room. He shouted to my mom to call an ambulance, and then he tried asking me what happened. I frantically begged him to search the room, but there was no one else there. There wasn't even a closet to hide in, and the window was locked from the inside. I ended up passing out from losing so much blood. I also lost my left eye that night. The doctors tried to blame it on a mixture of sleep paralysis, nightmares, and accidental self-harm. But at 120 pounds and no muscle, even my parents didn't believe that explanation. We moved out of the house immediately, since none of us felt comfortable there anymore. On the night I lost my eye, Katie came to see me in the intensive care unit as soon as her mom had picked her up from her new boyfriend's house. I was almost asleep in bed, and I remember her leaning over and whispering to me, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I'm so sorry, cuz. I wish I could have been there for you." Even in my drug-induced, mostly asleep state, it struck me that her whisper didn't sound at all like the one that tried to warn me about the attack. I never had another strange experience again, and when we moved, I even got my own room. Since then, I never fail to make sure that there's some sort of light in the room, and on those rare nights when I hear crying, I always make sure to leave the house for a while. I was a nurse for 7 years, and I worked at a single facility for my entire career. The facility had many renovations done since opening in 1960. By 2011, when I started there, only half of the facility was still the original building. The rest had been added over the years. I worked nights, mostly because I'm a night owl and found it easier. I had a number of odd experiences, but I'll share the main ones that stick with me. Firstly, I've had experiences with the supernatural since age 3, so I believe in the supernatural but wasn't obsessed. It's more like I was simply aware of it, if that makes sense. There was one wing in particular, part of the original building, that had a small sitting room with a television for residents to enjoy during the day. During my night shifts, this one area gave me such a feeling of dread that I would only be near it when necessary. I took the long way back to the nurse's station just to avoid being near it. I don't know of anything that happened there, but my gut instinct screamed that something was there, and it was not happy. This feeling eased during the day, but each night the feeling was there. It felt as if someone was watching me, and they didn't like my presence. I spoke to a few other nurses about this, and they all claimed to experience the same feelings. One other incident that sticks with me: a 90-year-old woman I'll call Jane went to breakfast and then asked to return to her room for a nap. She was a very healthy woman, but she said she wasn't feeling well. When the nurse did her next rounds, 20 minutes later, she found that the resident had passed away in her sleep. It was an aortic aneurysm, so she didn't suffer. Unfortunately, death is rarely quick in aged care. It's usually a slow process of days or weeks. Jane was a very sweet Polish lady. She outlived her children, and her husband had passed away many years ago, so she never had visitors. At exactly 9:30 p.m., I would check on her, bring her tea before saying goodnight. As you can probably guess, not everything goes to schedule in healthcare, and it's not always possible to stick to a strict routine. But if I was even 5 minutes late, she would ring her call bell, ask for her tea, and apologize profusely for ringing her bell. Every time I answered with, "Whenever you need help, press the button. It's no trouble. I love to help." Then she would say her usual, "Good night, sweet girl," and I'd get on with my shift. The funeral home was late picking her up. I helped the undertaker that afternoon when I started my shift. All the rooms had call bells next to the toilet, next to the bed, and the residents wore one on a necklace or bracelet too. When a resident passes, the room bells are disconnected the same day, and the personal bell is put with the nurse's station, ready for the next person to move in. At 9:36, the call bell to her room started ringing. This was not possible. Her room had been disconnected, and her personal bell was sitting in a drawer next to me. Slightly freaked out, I went to her room to ensure no dementia patient had wandered in. I considered maintenance simply hadn't turned the bells off, even though I personally spoke to them after they did so. I was just trying to rationalize it, I guess. I went into the room, and it was pitch black. No one was inside, and the bells had definitely been turned off. I couldn't turn it off from inside the room. I had to cancel it from the main desk. I instantly had a feeling of peace, which was weird because in every other situation, I would have been a mess. I think she was saying goodbye. As I was closing her room, I heard a shriek. My best friend came running down the corridor crying and in a state. Once I got her calmed down, she said, "I was in X-Wing, charting, and Jane walked past me in her nightie. Then she turned the corner to the front wing, but when I looked around the corner, she wasn't there. She's dead. What the fuck did I just see?" Last night, I was finishing up a YouTube video as I got into bed. When it ended, I set my alarm and leaned over to plug in my phone. When I rolled back, I noticed a foggy mass above my body. It was black and partially transparent, but it felt heavy and dense, like a very negative energy mass. I immediately sat up and felt a head rush like I was on drugs. It kept growing stronger, and multiple different frequencies began to loudly ring in my ears. There were at least 3 different pitches, and no, it wasn't just my tinnitus. I'm very aware of what those episodes are like. These frequencies were layered over one another. It felt like something was trying to communicate with me. I turned on the light, went to the bathroom, and tried saying, "If anything is trying to contact me, I can't hear what you're saying. I feel sick, and this isn't making any sense, so please stop." But it didn't stop. I checked the locks on the doors before returning to bed, and once the lights were off again, I felt the same negative energy vacate my room. As I laid there, feeling sick, I began to pray, asking God for help. I repeated, "Please do not allow negative energy into this house." For 5 minutes, as I envisioned a white light cleansing every room as it grew brighter and brighter. After that, the energy completely shifted. The negativity, along with the ringing, was gone, and I didn't feel nauseous anymore. My efforts were paying off, and after a few more minutes, I started to feel warm, positive energy. One last detail. I have the washer and dryer in my room because that's the only hookup spot. Last night, my roommate was doing laundry, so I planned to ask if he was having negative thoughts or feelings at the time. I can't control his energy, but I can explain it to him for the next time. This probably sounds crazy, but I've been having experiences like this my entire life. I'm currently 28, but as a child, I heard voices, I saw shadows often. As an adult, I've had extremely similar situations to the one I just described. That's how I knew what to do. At a younger age, I would have simply fallen asleep terrified with the negative energy in my room. I lived in Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida over the past 10 years. I've had the craziest experiences in Tennessee. Michigan comes in as a close second. But there were almost none in Florida, which is interesting since I lived alone in that instance. Maybe I'm just sensitive to other people's energy. Has anyone ever had a similar experience? Every time I tell my friends or family, they just can't relate. Thanks for taking the time to read this. I hope others with similar situations will find this thread and see that they aren't alone. Some people are simply more sensitive to these occurrences. Growing up in central Louisiana, I'd always heard of Frenchtown Road, how it was haunted, how there was a witch, various cult activities, and KKK meetings. My dad always told me he would bring me to Frenchtown, but the first time I went was Halloween night, 2020, around 12 p.m. Me, 3 of my friends, and their mom, who was driving, decided to drive down Frenchtown to check out an old abandoned building that my friends had been to a few times. So, in the dark, we drive down Frenchtown Road and under the bridge that's notorious for cars mysteriously stopping under it and people being hung from it. You can read about it in the Weird Louisiana book or Google it. We eventually got to a driveway and parked. And we all got out and made the trek towards the old house, in the dark, through a field. My friends had checked the house out around 2 weeks back, and it was still there. But when we got to the house, there was nothing there but the foundation, with no signs of construction or debris. And there was grass growing over the foundation. After freaking out a bit and standing on the foundation and scaring each other, we decided to head back to the car. Now, this is when things get much crazier and, well, paranormal. We all get in the car, and it won't start. Everyone except me and my best friend were flipping out, but eventually the car started. We quickly pulled off, but not a minute after we got to the bridge, probably going around 40 miles per hour, the second we were under that bridge, the car shuts off. My friend's mom was hyperventilating and crying, trying to get the car to start again. This was the most upset I'd ever seen her. After about 2 minutes, in the pitch black, the car just started again, and we got the hell out of there. One of my friends said that she saw a figure in a white dress in the road. This was on the way back, but it could have just been nerves. To this day, though, this is the most unexplainable thing to have ever happened to me, and I fully believe it was paranormal in nature. So, if you ever read about Frenchtown Road, believe what you will, but I'm here to tell you it's true. A little background for context. This past Thanksgiving was hard for my family. It was the first Thanksgiving without my biological grandmother. I called her Nana. Her life partner is my other grandmother, who I call Nain. So, just wanted to get that out of the way. On Thanksgiving night, me, Nain, and my half-brother were sitting in the living room, reminiscing on past Thanksgiving we'd spent with Nana, when we heard something fall in the master bedroom. Nain had closed the door to keep the dogs out of there, so no one or nothing was in there. We brushed it off and decided to put a movie on, and we were watching it when we heard voices coming from that room. We paused the movie to listen, but we couldn't quite make out what they were saying. We assumed it was just the neighbors and were about to continue the movie when we heard a voice call out for Nain in my Nana's voice. Only it wasn't her. We all knew it. Again, she called out this time for me. This time the tone in her voice was urgent, like she was hurting. "Help me," we heard her cry. My older brother, who's never really encountered nor cared for the supernatural, was shaking as he tried to get up when Nain shouted, something she's never done.
"Don't open that door."
Again, we heard my Nana crying while pounding on the door. When at 11:52 p.m., it was quiet. That was the time she died. Till this day, we haven't spoken of what happened. Nain had me sage the entire house the next day. When I was 12, I visited our family ranch in the Mexico countryside for the first time in years. The property's been in our family for centuries. The pictures and paintings of my ancestors hanging throughout the ranch always made me want to get home before dark. All of my cousins were in a separate room, eating and talking. When I went to the bathroom, I noticed a door right next to the bathroom. I assumed it was a bedroom, but I didn't check out of respect for my uncle, the owner. While doing my business, I heard what sounded like an old wooden rocking chair, rocking in the next room. I didn't think much of it. I went on to washing my hands, and that's when I heard nails clawing at the bathroom door. I didn't panic right away. I know how my cousins can be, and I thought someone who needed to use the bathroom was just playing a lighthearted prank. But when I opened the door, no one was there. I rushed back to my cousins, and I brushed off the situation without mentioning it. Later that day, my cousins told me some scary stories about the ranch, and they revealed it was haunted. They said an old lady used to live in the room next to the bathroom, and sometimes, when you're near her space, she'll rock in her chair. My grandmother passed away when I was 5. When she died, she told my siblings and I that she would leave us dimes and pennies. I didn't understand what she meant. I was only a child. But then I began randomly finding dimes around my room. Thinking nothing of it, I simply picked them up and went about my business. That is, until one day I was pissed off at my parents. I can't remember why. I must have been 7 or 8. I was laying on the living room floor, cursing as quietly as possible to avoid further trouble, when a dime fell out of thin air, hit me on the forehead. I sat up thinking my brother was messing with me, but no one was around. It freaked me out, So I went to my room and tried not to think about it too much. It started happening more and more, but only when I was angry. My grandmother was always good at calming me down. I thought I was crazy until I was pissed off while with a friend. She heard the dime fall, and it shook her. I don't know how to explain it, if that's even possible, but I'm convinced my grandmother leaves me dimes. I don't have any other explanation. Hi, everybody. I'm writing to share some experiences I believe to be paranormal. It's also important to note that what I say here is only my testimony. I don't have any physical evidence, and you're free to believe it or not. Everything happened in the house I've lived in since age 4, and my grandparents' house, which is like a second home since they're just 5 minutes away. I spent most of my time with them when I was younger. My house was built on an ancient vine culture, but I don't have any more information about the land. My grandparents don't know anything about the past of their house or land. My first experiences began at age 9. Before, I never had any disturbing experiences outside of night terrors, but nothing abnormal. I grew up in a Catholic family, so I was never taught that spirits existed. To me, ghosts were cartoon figures, draped in white sheets with holes cut out for the eyes. I didn't understand that human souls could stay on Earth. Mom's always said good souls go to heaven and bad souls go to hell. I never questioned it. I wasn't even interested. Honestly, I was just a kid with other interests. Mom never believed in the paranormal anyway, and Dad was even more skeptical. We had 4 bedrooms in our house. 3 were on the first floor, and the guest bedroom on the second floor was basically used as an attic. The downstairs bedrooms were mine, my brother's, and my parents'. But then, Mom learned she was pregnant again. As the oldest, I had to move upstairs. The room was large, with a private bathroom, but back then, I still didn't like it. I couldn't sleep for the first 2 years. It always felt like there was something heavy in the atmosphere, something watching me. Sometimes, I get very cold in the middle of summer, and it's hot where I live. Until age 11, I spent all of my time in the living room, or my little sister's room. Then, I finally found the courage to move back into my bedroom, but things got worse. It was only noise at first. Every night, when Dad turned off the TV, I heard noises from the living room. The light switch turned on and off. It's loud when used. Dad's gaming chair rolled around, and someone ran barefoot on the hard floor, like kids running around. There were also other strange noises, as if someone would sweep for hours. One evening, someone went up the stairs very fast. It was so clear in the beginning, I thought it was my brother, but when I checked, no one was there. Sometimes, while in bed, I'd feel someone's touch or breath, or sometimes there was a heavy weight on the bed. I was terrified and cried in terror when I felt the hot breath on my face. A lot of things started disappearing too. Some of mine and my sister's clothes, a karaoke mic, Mom's lace shoes, a file with our car papers. And everyone knew it wasn't a joke. The car was being sold. We understood the importance of papers, and our family isn't big on jokes. Mom isn't a believer in the paranormal, but even she admitted to weird noises and doors randomly opening. She once saw my brother running through the garden and called to him from a window, but when he answered, The voice didn't come from outside. It came from his bedroom, and nobody was in the garden. Sometimes there were strange noises on the roof as well, like people with heavy footsteps were running. Now, she also hears loud footsteps coming from my room at 4 a.m. while I'm still sleeping. Maybe I'm sleepwalking, but I don't move furniture or make things fall while I'm asleep. I would notice that things were different the following morning. The first big event happened at my house when I was 14. It was during Eastern holidays, so my siblings were gone for a week, and I was left alone with my parents. It was a sunny afternoon, and Dad was working in the garden while I read a book with Mom on the opposite side. At 4, I went inside via a living room window. Some of the windows were easily used as doors, and I made a peanut butter sandwich. Directly across from where I entered was another window looking out to where my dad worked, and on the left, the kitchen. I went to the kitchen, and when almost finished eating, I heard the garden window open. Mom was going outside, probably to talk with Dad, but I wasn't paying attention. I just closed the peanut butter and went back to my seat. But suddenly, Mom was there, reading a book. How could she have been there when she was on the other side of the garden 10 seconds prior? If she'd passed by the living room again, it would have put her behind me. She would have had to circle the house to enter from the opposite direction to be in front of me. A few years ago, Mom had an accident, and the ligaments in her ankle were badly damaged. She still can't walk really fast. I asked what she was doing, but she seemed confused, responding that she hadn't gone anywhere, and that she had no reason to lie. We ran a test with my brother. If she was by the kitchen window, she would have had to run, but she physically can't. I just don't understand what I saw that day, and it's terrifying. It's also important to note that Dad's friend was trying to sleep upstairs. This was before I moved into that guest room. He later said he couldn't sleep because it felt really bad in there, like he was being watched. And he isn't the type to believe in spirits. He's actually an engineer and a skeptic. A few months ago, we adopted a very calm, very sweet Shih Tzu puppy. He never barks, and he quickly became comfortable in his new home. One day, I wanted to take him upstairs with me since Mom wasn't home, but he got upset the moment we entered my room. He kept looking around and barking, but they weren't aggressive barks. They were frightened barks. He started scratching at the door like he wanted out, but he'd never done that before. He was squealing in terror and only calmed down after we left my room. The next incident happened at my grandparents' house. They have an extra bedroom that used to be my mom's, but she never experienced anything strange in it. I, on the other hand, never could stay in that room. Sometimes, while playing hide and seek, I would hide behind an old table, and it always left me feeling nauseous and cold, even in the summer. Once, while Grandma was sick, I tried to clean that room with a friend, but we couldn't do it. Within 30 minutes, my friend was feeling uneasy. Her head began hurting just a few seconds after I became nauseous. While cleaning, the sponge magically disappeared and reappeared in plain sight 5 minutes later. 2 years ago, when I was 17, I stayed at my grandparents' house for Christmas. But some of the radiators were broken, including the one in my room. That meant I had to sleep in my mom's old room, and I tried reassuring myself I could manage for a single weekend. At 10 p.m., I went to bed planning to read and chat with friends. The ambiance was nice even though the room was freezing. I eventually turned off the lights and went to sleep. But it was the most terrifying moment of my life. I heard scratching noises from inside the walls, and I felt a weight on my bed. During some moments, it even felt like something was lying beside me. And when I finally passed out from sheer exhaustion, I had the strangest dream ever. I was in a room that looked like a little public swimming pool, but there was only one small pool. There was a balcony with bright green plants, small candles, and an old lady lying on a white mat. She was very pale, with long white hair, blue eyes. She was wearing a white nightgown. She wasn't scary, but it felt very strange. The woman called me closer with a sweet voice and took me into her arms. Then she began to cry, saying she was happy to see me, but she had cancer and would die very soon. That's when I woke up. I was crying, but the bedroom was warm, just like in my dream. I felt extremely sad, and even now, I feel sadness. But there's also an intense sweetness. I don't know who this woman is. I've never met her. Well, that's everything. I know this was long, but there was a lot to share, and there's still so much that hasn't been said. If you have any answers or theories, it'd honestly be great to hear. It's truly terrifying to live here. Thanks for listening. I wish you all the best. Something is crying in my house at night. A little background. I live with my husband and 5 children in a ranch-style house. We've been at this place for 5 years now, and our kids range from age 13 down to 1 year. For the past 3 or 4 months, there's been something in my house that cries at night. It's not my kids or my cats. It's something else. These disturbances typically happen between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Usually what happens is my husband and I are in the living room at night, watching TV and unwinding from the day. All of the children are asleep because they have a 9 p.m. bedtime. Suddenly, we hear the sound of a child crying. And I mean loudly crying. Not just whimpers, but big, sobbing cries. One of us will immediately jump up to go check the kids, as all of my children have had night terrors and typical childhood nightmares at some point. But none of them are ever awake. They're all fully asleep, completely peaceful. This will repeat a few more times until we go to bed. It doesn't happen every single night, maybe only once or twice a week, but it's very disturbing when it does. My 13-year-old has also heard the phantom crying, and she was up late with my husband and I one night on the weekend. Also, my children do not have TVs in their rooms, and their tablets and switches are always off. So it's not a sound coming from anything like that. They're not crying in their sleep either. They're always peaceful and undisturbed, not even moving around when me or my husband goes to check on them. We don't have a baby monitor, so there's no chance of interference coming from one. I do have 2 Siamese cats who make noises that sound exactly like human voices. But they are always in the living room with us at night, or sleeping in front of the heater in our kitchen. And I've been able to confirm it's not them. As well as the crying at night, We often hear the sound of doors opening and closing, most often the door to my daughter's bedroom. It makes a specific sound because the door sticks a little and you have to put some force into opening or closing it. We always go check on the children after we hear this, and all of them are always asleep. These things are not just heard by me, but my husband too, so I know I'm not crazy. The only thing even remotely like this that's ever happened to me was when my current 5-year-old was around 2, about 3 years ago in the same house. We both heard the sudden and extremely loud sound of what I can only describe as something or someone pretending to cry like a baby. I know that sounds weird, but it's the only way I can describe it. Imagine a grown adult, almost mockingly, pretending to cry like a newborn. That's what it sounded like. It was so loud and frightening that my daughter instantly started screaming in fear. I packed us into the car and left the house toot sweet. We spent the rest of the day at my sister's, and I refused to be alone in the house without my husband for the next couple of days. So, what could this be? A demon? A ghost? I don't really believe in the idea of dead people just hanging around your house for eternity. A mimic? What would this thing want, and how do I get rid of it? When my daughter was 2, I was having a tough time as a single mother and decided to take a road trip up Highway 1. I made reservations in Trinidad at a cool cabin in the woods within walking distance of the beach. Before I left, my stepfather gave me a loaded .38 revolver, which I stored under the driver's seat. Sometime after driving through San Francisco, it was very late and dark and nobody was on the highway. My daughter was sleeping peacefully in her car seat next to me. Back then, you could legally have car seats in the front. I noticed a car coming up behind me and passed, but then slowed down, driving alongside me. I sped up and slowed down, but I couldn't shake him. I looked over and this guy had his interior light on and was furiously gesturing for me to pull over. I knew I had to find a safe place. There was nobody else on the road, and I was running low on gas. There was just nothing on this highway for miles. I kept driving, but this guy would not leave me alone. I was getting very frightened, but the mama bear was coming out, and I was getting very angry as well. I knew he could see my kid, who was still sleeping. Finally, there was an exit up ahead and a gas station in the middle of nowhere, so I took the exit, with the guy closely following me. I wasn't sure what to do. The gas station was brightly lit, but had no customers. I didn't feel that it was safe to pull in, so I slowly passed it. Drove further into the dark, deserted landscape, and pulled into a large dirt area, and drove quite a ways off the highway, with him following. Absolutely nothing around. I knew that I was in big trouble, and I needed to take control. I wanted to put him in a vulnerable situation. Mama Bear was in full protective mode, and I was pissed. I stopped the car, grabbed the gun, and jumped out, locking the car behind me. As he pulled up, I ran around to the passenger's side and waited. He then got out of his car and quickly moved towards me, and I suddenly held the gun up, visible in the moonlight. He came to a halt, surprised, and I then leveled the gun across the car, taking aim, and waited. He stood there, weighing his options, and then turned around, got back in his car, and left. Not a word was spoken. Totally freaked me out. This story is unfortunately true. I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. I wasn't big on camping, but spent a good chunk of my childhood weekends hiking with family and friends. The summer that I was 16, about 10 years ago now, my cousin, C, had come back from her first year of college, and her boyfriend, Jay, was visiting. Jay wanted to go on a hike with lake views, and C and I knew just the one. It was one of our favorites. The three of us set off on this hike. The trail isn't the easiest to find, but it's really popular with locals because of the views and general lack of tourists. We saw just a couple of hikers with some dogs. It is an in-and-out trail that takes about 2 or 3 hours to the top, 2 or 3 hours back down. There are some smaller trails that branch off. We make it to the top in good time, enjoy our lunches overlooking the lake. After about an hour, we hear a scream in the distance, specifically a mountain lion scream. If you've ever heard a mountain lion scream, it's really unnerving. It sounds a bit like a very loud, terrified woman screaming. This is not good, because when a mountain lion screams, it's part of a mating ritual, and that means that there are multiple mountain lions, and close. The bears in the Sierras are softies, but the mountain lions will attack you. And they'll attack your pets. They've even been known to attack bikers. Jay was really freaked out. C and I were wary, but it wasn't the first time that we'd heard mountain lions. And we had both seen them before. There was also an incident where, as kids, we laid out some expensive steak in my backyard in hopes of luring a mountain lion to take pictures of it. It did not work, and my mother was pretty unhappy about the steaks. C and I tell Jay that we need to pack it up and get back down the mountain. About 40 minutes into the hike back, Jay realized that he forgot his phone at the lookout in his rush to leave. Of course. We decided that C and Jay would hike back up to retrieve his phone, and I would stay there, on the trail, to warn any other potential hikers that there are lions in the area. This is obviously not ideal for any of us, but seemed like the best choice at the time. I found a nice rock to sit on by the trail and was going through the pictures we took. C and Jay had been gone for around 50 minutes when I heard the scream again. And it's hard to tell, but I think it's closer than before. I start to freak out because being alone is not good if the lion is nearby. About 20 minutes after that, I hear the scream again, and there is now zero doubt that it's closer. Logically, I know that lions don't scream when hunting. They're quiet. If a lion was hunting me, I wouldn't know it. That knowledge did not make me less scared. A couple of minutes after that, I hear it again, extremely close by. I'm looking around and trying to find the best place for me to stand, back covered, in case of the worst. Suddenly, I see something out of the corner of my eye. Standing still, 20 feet down the trail, a couple of feet off of it, is a man. He's completely naked. He's filthy. He's skinny. And he's just standing there, looking at me. If you don't know where you're going, it's easy to get lost in the woods around there. And it doesn't take long, being alone, lacking food and water in the wilderness, to make people a little disoriented, a little crazy. My immediate response is that this man is probably a lost hiker, And judging by how dirty he was, he'd been lost a long time. He needs help. I started walking towards him, asking if he's okay. I suddenly get this feeling of wrongness. I don't know how else to describe it, but the hair stood up on my neck. I stopped in my tracks, maybe 15 feet away now, and I had the overwhelming urge to run. It seemed wrong. He looked wrong in a way I can't quite articulate. Instead of wanting to help, I'm now scared. I ask again if he's okay. He looks at me, then opens his mouth wide and screams. Not a normal scream. He screamed so loudly. Worse, it sounded just like the mountain lion. It occurred to me that we were probably hearing him the whole time. It was the single most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. I started screaming too. Why was he just standing there screaming? Do I run? Do I get out my bear mace? Suddenly, he closed his mouth, turned around, and ran into the woods very quickly. He disappeared into the trees, but the feeling of wrongness, it was still with me. I considered bolting down the trail, but decided to wait for C and J, who luckily arrived around 10 or 15 minutes later. I told them what happened, and we decided to call it into the Rangers when we got service. I've always been left with this unsettling question. Did I see a mentally ill, lost hiker who really needed my help? Or did I see something else? Something not human, mimicking the call of a mountain lion and stalking us down the mountain. The following is a true story that happened in the early 90s, when I was 14 and still living with my parents. The previous year, my dad worked for a government contractor, and his job moved us 200 miles from our hometown. It seemed like the middle of nowhere. We moved during my freshman year, but Dad moved first to find a new house while the old one sold. We ended up staying in a rental for a short period until my parents found the right house a few months later. The suburb we used to live in was super expensive, but the new homes in our new town were much cheaper. My parents took advantage of that and bought a huge home. We went from a single-story, 3-bedroom, 1-bath house to a 2-story, 5-bedroom, 3-bath home. I didn't get to see the new place before my parents made an offer, since they looked while I was in school. When they drove by for the first time, it looked like a mansion compared to our other house. I missed my friends and my old neighborhood, but this house looked so cool. It was in the oldest part of the city, and there were lots of new construction everywhere, but my parents got a great deal. Once we went inside, I knew why. It was evening when we got the keys, so by the time we met the realtor and drove to the new house, it was already dark, which made it even creepier. Inside, it was like a time capsule. Everything looked like it was frozen in 1960. It also had a funny smell, like the place had been empty for years. I later learned it had actually been vacant for almost 8 years before we bought it. It was still odd that the previous owners never updated anything. For example, there was shag carpet everywhere. The rooms had avocado green, and the others had burnt orange. All the appliances were from the 60s, and the rooms were painted weird colors. It looked like a hippie's crash pad. They began renovations immediately. Dad was a handy guy, plus we have family members who are proficient in different fields like flooring, painting, and carpentry. Dad called in lots of help, and finally, we moved in once the work was complete. Certain parts of the house always made me feel uneasy. I can't explain it, but I saw shadows, lights turned on and off, and my sister's hairdryer even turned on at 2 a.m. once. The most common occurrence was the footsteps. I would hear them coming upstairs at night when everything was quiet. A year after we moved in, I was the first to notice something odd about the house. It started when I asked my parents to switch to an upstairs room because it was bigger, had a walk-in closet. They agreed. I began thinking about the upstairs layout. Most of it was taken up by the big open space that we used as a family room. There was a hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. But the layout didn't make sense. There was a void behind the bedroom adjacent to mine and the bathroom. There was almost enough room for another bedroom, but that space extended over the garage. One day, I drew a diagram of our house, but I couldn't figure out why there was such a big void, and Dad only shrugged it off. Eventually, I looked at it from the outside and noticed something odd. There used to be a window there. It was covered up by a big vent and a sloppy patch of stucco. Now, super curious, I studied the layout again, and I noticed the bathroom wall had a patch job in the shape of a doorway. I was right about there being another room, but why did someone close it off? Obviously, Dad would have killed me if I broke open the wall, but I had an idea. I just wasn't sure if it would work. I waited for my parents to visit family, and I stayed home. I knew they'd be gone for hours because of the distance. If I went up to the attic crawl space and broke through the drywall there, Dad may never notice. He had no reason to go up there. I grabbed some tools and began cutting through the drywall. Eventually, I made an opening big enough to crawl through between the studs, and I was right. There was another room. I was half excited and half terrified. I was excited to be right, but after looking around the room, it was obvious that it used to be a bedroom. The walls were pink. There was no carpet, no padding, just strips around the walls. I could see where they closed off the entrance, and there were no closet doors either. It looked like posters had been ripped off the walls, and the floors were littered with cigarette butts, old beer cans, all from the 70s or 80s. As I noticed from the outside, the window was removed, some metal vent covering the opening. I only brought a cheap flashlight, and even though it was daytime, the room seemed very dark. I started feeling really creeped out, and the smell was terribly old and musty. I got out and began moving boxes into the crawl space, so I could say I found it while cleaning the garage. When my parents returned, I said I was moving boxes when I noticed the hole and made it bigger to find the room. They didn't get mad, but they seemed almost disappointed, like I stumbled onto a secret. They eventually admitted that the realtor had told them about the room. I wanted to reopen it and make it a 6-bedroom house, but Dad said to just leave it alone. As time passed, I occasionally took my friends to the mystery room. After creating that opening, things got even creepier around the house. The footsteps were louder on the stairs. We saw shadows in the dark. And once, a family friend screamed when she saw a woman in the mirror while walking up the stairs. She thought it was my mom, but it vanished when she turned away. Another time, a friend was sleeping in the other room, and he ran outside in the middle of the night, wearing only his boxers. He said that someone was whispering in his ear. When I was 16, I spoke with an older neighbor, and he was one of the original owners in the neighborhood. I asked him about the house, and he said the son who used to live there went to prison back in the early 70s. He wouldn't go into details, but he said it was really sad and to not let drugs ruin my life. I looked up old newspapers at the library, but I only found one article about a teen who killed a family member and attempted to kill his parents before being arrested. My family moved out shortly after I turned 17, and I've never been back. This has been happening for roughly 2 years, and my family and I have heard it all. It started with a knock at the door while Mom was cleaning the kitchen. It was 10 p.m., and since my father was working out of town, she wasn't going to open the door for anyone she didn't know. She looked outside, but no one was there. She thought she was hearing things until my sister came out of her room, saying that she also heard a knock. A couple of months later, my parents went to have drinks with friends, and they let my sister and I stay home. We were chilling in the living room, and I forgot to lock the door after taking the dogs out. Suddenly, there was a loud knock. My sister looked outside, but she saw nothing and quickly locked the door. A week later, I was in the living room, petting our dogs on the sofa, when I heard a quiet knock. It was almost midnight, so I told my father. Nothing was there when he checked, but I'm positive I heard a knock. After that day, we didn't hear the knock again until today, January 16th. It was 10:30 p.m., and I came to sit in the living room because I had a bad feeling about being in the back rooms. I talked to my mom for maybe 10 minutes before we heard a little knock. We thought nothing of the first one, but after the second time, Mom asked if someone was knocking. Then, a third and final knock sounded, and my sister confirmed that's what it is. We don't live in a bad neighborhood. What could all this knocking be? I used to have tons of paranormal experiences until I turned 18. Then they just stopped for nearly 20 years. 6 months ago, I started getting super interested in the paranormal again. I've been reading about other people's experiences here, listening to podcasts, and now things have started happening again. I believe the more attention you give the paranormal, even indirectly, the more energy they'll have to interact with you. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009, and we moved into her parents' old house in 2010, 2011. They always believed there to be a presence, but apart from a few silly teenage girl moments, no real experiences ever happened. When we moved in, we always sensed something not really malevolent, but powerful enough to make you uneasy. Even so, the first real experience didn't happen until a decade later, in 2020, after we separated and I moved out. In my new place, I occasionally feel a small presence, but I chalk it up to imagination or someone watching over me. Who knows what all's there that we can't see? We can only speculate. This brings us to 6 months ago, when I started reading people's stories each night before falling asleep. Now that I'm giving more attention to that world, it seems I'm beginning to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I continue immersing myself. Then, in October, I had a new experience while in my basement converted bedroom. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them over the TV or music, even if you're trying to be sneaky. One morning, at 6:18, I woke up, got dressed, and relaxed on the couch with my phone before I had to leave for work. My roommates were still asleep, and the house was dead silent. The couch was facing my open bedroom door, and I suddenly heard the loud, creaky stairs as something slowly walked down all 13 steps. There was no reason for anyone to come down there, but I thought a roommate might be trying to catch me before I left. I waited a couple of minutes, and there were no more sounds. But suddenly, the same loud steps marched back upstairs. Even more strange was that they fell silent at the top. The hall floor is also absurdly loud and creaky. You can always hear any time someone walks away, until now. It just isn't possible. I even tested it with a roommate later that day. I asked each roommate if they were up at that time, but they each said no. I did everything in my power to explain it, but I can't. I also want to tell you about other instances involving my ex-wife. We're still friends, and she's currently living in our old house, but we're getting ready to sell it. She's moving to a new state with her boyfriend, and I'm returning to my home state. Since her roommates are moving out, and we have a few repairs to make before selling, I moved back in. Immediately, I felt the presence in that house stronger than ever before, probably because I'm still reading and listening to stories every night. Well, one evening, I was helping my ex-wife with a cleaning job at a church for a little extra cash. She hates going alone because she thinks it's haunted. There's a specific room where she always feels a presence, and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend decided to tag along, and when we got there, they asked me to handle the room since I don't rattle easily. I tried to get in, but the door was locked. While waiting for my ex to come unlock it, I walked down the hall to run an extension cord. When I turned back, our friend was turning stark white. When questioned, he said the door to that room had slowly opened as I went past. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal. But it was a heavy, solid door with a sturdy lock. Anyway, I tried recording some audio, but so far I've captured nothing. I'll keep trying when the opportunities arise. Oh, I also say, you're not allowed to follow us, attach yourself to us, or feed off of our energy every time we leave the church. I have one more experience I want to close this out with. It happened during the first week of December, when my wife left town. I was alone in the house for a couple of months. One day, a friend who is sensitive to spirits was visiting, and we began discussing the strong presence in the house. It felt significantly stronger since being alone. My friend said he'd felt something watching us from the kitchen all evening, and nervously changed the subject. That night, I read some stories, plugged in my phone, turned off the lights, and laid down. But I was still very much awake when I felt something pat the bed next to my foot. It felt like someone took their open palm and firmly patted the mattress several times. I was definitely alone. There's no way it was a person. Calmly, I said, "Do not mess with me while I'm in bed. You're not allowed to feed off of my energy. Please respect my home and my boundaries." I tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body like a protective shield, and I tried to sleep. Since then, I don't read the stories every night. I should let things calm down until I'm not alone anymore. But here I am, typing this at midnight when I should be going to sleep. Still home alone. I guess we'll see if anything new happens. Aside from the lights shutting off on their own, or the faint sense of being watched, there was one undeniable moment when I realized my basement is truly haunted. I was only supposed to be down there for a minute. I was storing away some boxes, didn't bother turning on the light. After setting everything down, I started back towards the stairs, but for some reason, I stopped to wonder how long I could calmly sit in the dark. I stood very still and took deep, calming breaths while saying a random mantra of mine. Fear is just a mechanism, an evolutionary trait that helped us survive when sleeping in dark caves. After a few repeats, I heard a fucking growl. It sounded like a zombie. It was loud. I instantly noped out, sprinted up the stairs. I was on the ground floor in under a second. I know nothing chaotic happened, but hearing such a real and angry growl after 10 minutes of utter silence, it confirmed that something supernatural was living in my basement. This really happened 5 years ago, and I can still hear the growl in my head. And if you're wondering, it wasn't the boiler. It was a finished basement. I even had an Xbox down there. I would literally game for hundreds, maybe thousands of hours. Not once, never, did I hear the boiler make anything remotely close to that sound. I get sleep paralysis on rare occasions, and I think they happen when I encounter a spirit. Sometimes I can astral project during sleep paralysis. I've done it a few times now. The first instance was during an episode I had on the couch. I sat up and looked around before realizing I couldn't physically feel anything. I looked down at my sleeping form, and that was cool as fuck. But then it got weird. There was an electronic sound, followed by a screeching shadow figure bursting into the room. It didn't attack my physical body, but my spiritual one. And it knocked my phone onto the floor when it moved the coffee table. I didn't know what to do, but I laid back into my body and I woke up. I know it was real because the coffee table was moved and my phone was on the ground. The second time, I was knocked out of my body by a strange shadow thing. It started as a sleep paralysis episode. When I'm having one, my face goes numb like I've been sedated. That feeling had subsided, and I was scanning the room when I saw something in my peripheral vision. It was a humanoid shadow figure with a stick-thin body and an oval-shaped head. I couldn't see any distinguishing features. It was both moving and stationary at the same time. But I can't really explain how. It's like it was transitioning between reality and a dream. I kept staring at it, hoping the sleep paralysis would end, but it only ended after the figure came much closer. I didn't see it move, yet somehow it knocked me out of my body, and I fell onto the ground, paralyzed and staring up at the dark figure. It was hovering over my body, attaching some kind of webs to me. I felt like it was trying to possess my physical form. It took great effort to figure out how to move, but I managed to fly back into my body and wake up. I don't know if it was a lucid dream, but I saw it as clear as day. And it didn't feel like a dream. This is one of my many past paranormal experiences. I've always had a ghost following me, and every house I've lived in until my most recent has been haunted. Occasionally, my girlfriend of a few years would find scratches on my back and suspect I was cheating on her. The fact that I never knew where they came from only made things worse. It was happening for years before I learned why my back was always burning or itching. Well, one grueling summer day, she and I were sitting at the end of our bed, and I was playing Assassin's Creed 3. She sat next to me watching and talking about random things. It was rare for us to have the same time off. This was the first time in months. We didn't have air conditioning, and I was sweating profusely. So I removed my shirt and I threw it in the dirty clothes bin. My girlfriend started kissing me, but ultimately, I went back to the game. It was just too hot. The sweat was dripping down my back, and it burned like hellfire. Knowing something was wrong, I asked my girlfriend to see if there was a rash or anything that might be causing it to itch or burn. The moment she saw my back, she slapped my neck and began cursing furiously. Confused, I asked her what was wrong, and she responded with, "Who's the bitch you're screwing?" I insisted I wasn't cheating on her, and she demanded to know who put the scratches on my back. But I had no clue what she was talking about. Obviously, had another girl put scratches all over my back, I wouldn't have removed my shirt and asked my girlfriend to look at it. She thought about that for a moment, but still gave me a look of distrust. I asked her to take a photo so I could at least see what she was talking about, and she did. The pictures did not disappoint. All the way down my back were 3 huge red scratches. Then my girlfriend wanted to know how the scratches did get there, if it wasn't another girl, because she knew it wasn't her. I explained that humans have 5 fingers. Unless the other girl was missing a couple of digits, something else made those marks. We shared a laugh, but she still seemed unsure. I reminded her that with the exception of work and quick trips to the corner store, I hadn't left the house all week. She'd even been taking me to and from work since she was on vacation. I never had time to run off with anyone else. That reasoning finally seemed to put her at ease, and she suggested that I see a priest about whatever it is that's following me. She wanted to know how long the physical attacks had been occurring, but I couldn't say for sure. That was the first time I saw it for myself. It's not exactly an area I see every day. At this point, I don't know if I was awake or not, but it felt like it. Last time it happened, I still lived with my mom. This was the first time since I've been on my own. Last night, I dreamed of waking up paralyzed. I felt like I was taped to the bed. I couldn't move or speak. I could clearly hear an indistinguishable voice and loud footsteps pacing around my room. It just didn't feel right at all. I started a silent prayer that I'm somewhat familiar with. I'm not religious, I just knew I had to pray. I repeated it in my mind at least 10 times before the voices faded. I tried to move to see if I was awake. I managed to pinch myself 12 times, but I couldn't feel anything. When I tried to sit up, I was pushed back down, and I tried to yell, but nothing came out. I couldn't see anything around me, but I finally managed to wake up and immediately pinched myself to ensure it was real this time. The other occasions at Mom's house weren't like this. I wasn't paralyzed to my bed thinking I was awake while I was really dreaming. Well, it probably was a dream anyways. I don't know. The voices, though, they were different this time too. Yes, I do have sleep issues, I know that. But for the last couple of months, I've been trying to adopt a healthier sleep schedule. But it doesn't seem to be working. Whatever happened last night just felt too real to be just a dream. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I've never really dreamed. I only get sleep paralysis and nightmares. Each nightmare feels like sleep paralysis. Either I can barely move, or it feels far too realistic for my liking. In those, I've been beaten or hurt, and it feels terrible. I was once stabbed through the chest with a hot spike, and upon waking, I still felt the pain for hours afterwards. My sleep paralysis is much the same. All the nightmares I've had feel horribly dark and deep, like I'm drowning, if that makes sense. But I can handle them. Some are more annoying than scary. It's their frequency that's the problem. For as long as I can remember, my nightmares and sleep paralysis have happened in random clusters. When they start, they only occur during a random month of the year, and they occur every night for anywhere from a week to the whole month. Then, they won't happen again until the following year. It's not something I necessarily dread, but I wanted to ask the great, wise people of Reddit. It's happening again, so please let me know if anyone has a similar experience. Maybe we can figure out what's wrong. Or if nothing else, it may confirm I'm not just weird. For the last month, I've been visiting my boyfriend in Germany, and I've been hearing strange noises in his apartment. There's been scratching in the walls, heavy footsteps and thuds, but nothing super crazy. I just thought his neighbors were being weird, but apparently he only has one neighbor, an old man who lives on the opposite end of the hall. The rooms on either side of us are empty. He even confirmed it with the landlord. Last week, he told me about a shadowy, tall man with gray eyes who would sometimes open his door and peek inside. The first few times it happened, he thought it was an intruder, but it only ever peeks at him from the crack in the door. The apartment is entered through the hallway, and then there's a door to the bedroom. This entity can unlock the front door and open the bedroom door, just enough to look in on him. My boyfriend tries to ignore it. To be honest, I thought he was experiencing signs of schizophrenia or trying to scare me. But after last night, I believe him. We heard scratching again, so my boyfriend tapped on the wall, and it actually answered him. It even unlocked the door last night. Today, the entity moved a key from his desk to another counter, and I know my boyfriend didn't do it because I was too scared to sleep last night. He never left my sight until he went to work. I haven't seen the entity yet, but my boyfriend says that this is the first time it's ever moved something. We think it enjoys scaring me, so I'm trying my best to stay calm. This apartment building used to be a retirement home, and the other floors are full, but the rent is more expensive. Please help. This is my first time dealing with something like this, and I am beyond scared. We need help. I don't know what to do. An update. It came back again tonight. I mixed salt and water together like a comment on my previous post suggested, and I sprinkled it around the entry room. I think I made it angry. I went to get dinner out of the oven, but I was afraid the ghost might be behind the door. I made my boyfriend stand in front of it, and the entity started banging on the door like crazy. But when my boyfriend opened it, nothing was there. He thinks he saw it in the mirror, though. I'm sobbing. I can't do this anymore. I don't know how he's lived like this for over a year. Next day update. Thankfully, there was no sign of it last night, and the entry room was extremely warm. My boyfriend said it hasn't been that warm in the whole time he's lived there. So I guess that means we can tell if it's here or not by temperature. At 4 o'clock yesterday evening, we showered together, and things were fine until my boyfriend noticed the entity trying to open the bathroom door. but it couldn't do it. It was extremely cold in the entry room, and once we made it to the bedroom, I yelled for it to go away, saying it wasn't welcome. After a few minutes, the room warmed up again. Maybe the salt water did help a bit. I don't know what else could have weakened it. Maybe it has to do with me not being so frightened anymore. I don't know what a lot of people think demons look like, or if they just imagine them internal, or what. But I can tell you that I have in fact seen demons. I know that I did, and also my friend Sarah from 3rd grade at St. John's Catholic School. I'd been at the school all of 6 months when this happened. I was already feeling like an outsider. It was my first time in a private school, so adjusting was hard. Oh, and there was also the minor detail that I wasn't remotely religious. Neither was my mom. Instead, it was my new stepdad's idea to enroll me at St. John's. My mom had little of a spine, so she agreed. I'm sorry if that's rude, but it's true. For better or for worse, she's heard it a time or two, so not always from me either. Anyway, the story. 6 months into this deal, I had 2 friends, Sarah and Kelly, both my age, both in my class. Sarah was wily, charismatic. Kelly was basically a perfect student, a model Christian. I was somewhere right in the middle, the follower. Sarah especially liked to get lost. I say that with air quotes because she was intentionally hiding. She got kicks out of teachers having to shut things down and find her, and now me. One day, a busy day for Catholics, in fact, since it was indeed Ash Wednesday Mass, we decided to execute one of her plans. The school and the church itself weren't connected. They just sat in the same lot as one another, but 2 separate buildings. So Mass was going to take place in the church, but we were currently in the school building. Sarah says that when the class leaves, we should all pick a place to hide and come out once they've left to the other building. Kelly immediately shuts the idea down, but I, being the follower I am, I agree to Sarah's plan. As all the classes shuffle down the halls toward the exit to the church, I tuck myself behind a small wall where I know a class is already vacated. I wait for the sound of footsteps to stop. Almost on cue, Sarah and I jump out from our concealed locations and just start laughing hysterically. Then we quickly shut ourselves up and run back to the classroom. I will say, it was notably strange. Before we got to the door, I was scared. As we approached the door, Sarah was ahead of me. She stopped, so I stopped. I watched her, just standing frozen in place, staring into the classroom. My fear was now growing, yet I still had no idea why I was afraid. Sarah removes herself from the doorway, keeping her eyes focused on something inside. As soon as she removes her gaze, she grabs my hand and starts running us back in the direction we'd come from. Was she trying to scare me? I don't know, but it was working. I stopped us before the exit and I demanded Sarah tell me what was going on. Suddenly, I was more afraid of being in trouble than whatever was inside the classroom. She can hardly shape her words, but she manages to tell me that she saw a nun inside that classroom. More specifically, not a nice nun, a bad-faced nun. Most of you, some of you, know that nuns don't typically teach in Catholic school anymore. That's sort of an old school thing. When I was in school, the 90s, and today, the teachers just look like normal teachers. It really wasn't more common for a Catholic school kid like me to see a nun than a public school kid in the same area. In general, Nuns are and have been for some time on a steady decline. All this to say that I was sure Sarah was messing with me. I told Sarah as much, adding that it wasn't possible. Whatever I said, we now felt emboldened as we made our way back down the hallway toward the class. Again, that feeling. But I ignored it, and instead this time, I went first. Nothing. Sarah follows behind me as she sees I'm unenthused. She also sees nothing. The air, though, is actually palpable. It's like we can't move forward, and we can't move backwards. I can feel that Sarah feels the same sense of dread that I do. I turn to look at her, and I can see that she's terrified. But more than that, I can see just behind her the face of a horrible woman. There's nothing to accompany the vision but a face. No body, no habit, just a horrible face, sitting side by side with my friend's face. I scream. Sarah screams. Closing my eyes, we run and somehow manage to get to the exit. This time, we don't hesitate to run through the doors. We aren't shy of making a scene. We definitely feared what was inside far more than any punishment at this point. Truthfully, I hardly remember the repercussions for running off to begin with. The real punishment was with whatever we faced that day. Sarah told me the next day, or maybe the next few days, she walked away with actual scratches from the whole thing. How? I'd asked. She said she felt heat on her back just before we screamed. But it was her mother who saw them. She was upset with her, demanding that she tell her who did this to her. I know for a fact that she ended up lying to her mother in the end. She feared that telling her about a demonic nun, it would somehow get her banished from life. Super sad, but actually probably true. I asked her, what did the nun look like? What made her not nice? When she told me, I knew we'd definitely seen the same face. My friend and I lost touch just after grade 5. For some reason, I stayed at St. John's for the better part of my schooling, and I never did see the nun again, or any other strange faces. Of course, I was never looking for her. If anything, I was avoiding her at all costs. I probably became a better student. I never passed the story on or even told anyone what happened. Because as much as it makes for a great story, it always felt like telling it there, inside those walls, was somehow bad luck. And I really needed all the good luck I could get during those years. Yesterday, my mom told me about something that happened to her at work. Like myself, she's always been a huge skeptic, but this has freaked us both out. We can't explain it, so I'm curious if anyone else can. Mom works at a pharmacy with a colleague who is also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mom that she went to a cemetery with one of her friends, and despite being the only one there, they heard a woman humming. They assumed someone was crouched behind a grave. They looked around and eventually found where the sound seemed to originate. But nobody was there. They checked their phones just in case, but they still couldn't explain it. A little freaked out now, they went to a nearby pub to grab some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze at the sound of humming. They finished eating and eventually parted ways to return home. Later that night, Mom's colleague called, and she was in hysterics. She cried. She said that she'd heard the humming in her house. Mom reassured her that it was nothing. She was probably just hearing things. but after the call, she went to bed and heard the humming again. The next morning at work, she told my mom, but my mom just brushed it off as a story. Then she walked down the upstairs hallway and heard a female humming right behind her. It only lasted a few seconds, and thinking it was a joke, she turned to laugh at her colleague, only no one was there. Her colleague was still in the room at the other end of the hall, and nobody else was on that floor. There's no PA system, and she didn't even have her phone. I've never seen my mom look so freaked out. She's usually a very straight-laced person who tries to debunk everything paranormal. My family consists of me, my parents, and 2 sisters. We used to live in a very large house with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. It was built in the 90s, and it had 3 exterior balconies, along with 1 interior balcony overlooking the living room and kitchen. We moved in during my 5th grade year, and we didn't move out until I was 25. It all started when we were still in the process of buying the house. The owner stayed calm, but Mom could tell that something was off. In one of their conversations, he blamed his upcoming divorce as the reason that he was so eager to sell. What seemed off was that he also said weird things happened in the house, and that its previous owner had said the same thing. Some examples he gave were that every owner before him had coincidentally gotten a divorce, and some heard whispers and banging when home alone. Mom thought it was a coincidence. She was determined to buy the house. Then things began to happen as soon as we moved in. My sisters don't talk about it very much, but on rare occasions, they'd feel a touch or hear someone whisper their name. They would mostly ignore it, and their encounters lessened over the years. It still messed with them, just not to a large degree. My dad didn't believe in any of it. He would even tease my mom and I about our experiences. He simply ignored any strange incidents, but by the time we moved out, he started to believe we might have been right. Mom and I got it the worst. She heard whispering, footsteps, and on rare occasions, she would hear one of us calling her name. Except it was actually an old woman calling to her. Sometimes she asked if anyone was there, and the whispers would come to an immediate stop. Occasionally, they would start back up again, only to continue going out intermediately. Without sharing too many personal details, my parents' marriage became really strenuous. It's getting better now, but while we lived there, it only got worse and worse. They were genuinely considering a divorce. I would hear footsteps on the stairs and someone rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, especially through the silverware. I'd also hear my family calling my name, usually one of my parents. And each time, I'd run downstairs to see what they wanted, only to be told that no one called for me. Sometimes, it would happen when I was completely alone in the house. I also heard whispering a few times. But when I said hello, it always stopped. Looking back, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but I genuinely thought it was an actual person at the time. And that's how I became its favorite target. If I told Dad, he'd just joke about it, and my sisters would hardly talk about it at all. My mom was the only one that believed me. It became most active when no one was home. so I tried to ignore it by playing video games or listening to loud music. But that only made it more active. By the last few years, the footsteps were louder, and there were more whispers overall. My parents once called for me. They were upset when I didn't respond. I thought that it was more fake whispers, so I just said I didn't hear them. What was I supposed to say? That the ghost confused me? We started renting the house out, moved into another. Occasionally, we'd have to move back in, and the activity would just get worse. Dad finally started to question if it was real when he heard me call his name twice. I was home for one, but not the other. When he asked if I called him, I said no. He believed me, but he was genuinely confused. I could tell he was a little freaked out. The neighborhood went progressively downhill during our time there as well. It used to be nice, but more and more thugs began robbing our neighborhood. Our home was robbed twice before we finally installed security cameras. Dad also ordered a new home defense gun, taught us about gun safety before it arrived. I guess something hurt us talking about it, because 2 days later, while I was home alone playing video games, the double doors to the patio began rattling violently. It was literally echoing throughout the house, all the way to my bedroom. My bedroom was upstairs. My door was closed. My TV volume was up high. Yet I still heard this, loud and clear. I started freaking out and hid under the bed while I called the cops. It took the police 30 minutes to get there, and during that time, I was talking to the 911 operator. She kept me calm, but those doorknobs were still rattling until an officer arrived, and then they suddenly stopped. I ran out as fast as lightning. We checked the cameras, but they showed nothing. My parents were relieved for my safety, and I think this is when my dad truly began questioning things. First, he knows I wouldn't lie about something like this, or call the cops for no reason. Plus, even if I wanted to, I'm a terrible liar. Last week, we finally moved out for the last time. Now that house has sold to someone else. I feel depressed, like I don't want to leave. It's like I have a weird attachment that I can't explain. I even had a few arguments with my mom about leaving. I don't care about the house anymore, but through the last week, it was like something came over me. The activity was worse than it had ever been. Aside from the usual stuff, doors began opening and closing. On the second to last day, while I was loading a box into the SUV, I heard an old woman say, "Don't leave." I thought someone had snuck up behind me, so I ran back inside. That was the only time I ever heard the old woman. It knew this was the last time that we were leaving, and it wasn't happy. Every house we've lived in before or since has had zero activity. To this day, I question a lot of things about that house, but I never want to see it again. I have no idea what was in there, so I wonder if any of you might know what it could be. I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it, even if nothing really bad happened there. It was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats or rooms to students with poor parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. had skipped cleaning that week, and I've read that you don't sleep as well in a messy room, so I let it slide 1, 2, 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty. And I didn't experience that in any of the 8 homes I inhabited in all of my life. So I thought it was a bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy, not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I admit I'd gotten lazy and was often cleaning once a week. But bins were changed and dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there, feeling watched. Whatever the season, weather, lifestyle. If it was happening and I was not cleaning the room the next day, the next night I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark, nor mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was always afraid to see something in the mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest, and I promised I would clean the next day if it just stopped. But it kept happening, if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think that I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time life would, get in the way. The days after cleaning, life just kept happening. I was always busy, so I'd end up getting judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off. Even if I was still scared when it would happen, I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the light on. Something I've never done, even in early childhood. But I thought I was just self-ailmenting some kind of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture, same arrangement. And I always slept fine at her place. And I got a weird look when I told her what was happening to see if she was having the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over, clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of those nights, I told them about it, asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I said that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she said she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable after being so nice to let us sleep in your flat. It was technically forbidden. Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. Recently, I told my mom about it, and she told me, it's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat. You know, soldiers are forced to be very organized, and if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up his place, you know? She didn't know at the time that there was a small commemorative plaque saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I found out that the building was from 1930 and classified as a historical monument. It's used as flats for students, and I knew it was old because of the plaque, but seeing the year was weird. So, I really don't know what to think about it. I knew 2 people there and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants that it had during the years, if it is the ghost or energy of one previous tenant, one who was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to rules, or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it's been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that the apartment was kinda humid, old, had bad isolation but I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would like to think it was just really bad anxiety, if 3 other people didn't say they felt it while sleeping there. So, I really wonder if it was really something about the arrangement and everything. But then why only on certain occasions? Or if there is another rational or paranormal explanation. I'll preface this by saying that I've had many paranormal encounters since I was young, and many were also witnessed by the people I was living with or confirmed by neighbors. We had fallen on some tough times financially, and the only real affordable housing where my son could remain at his school that he loved were some really old apartments. The complex was built in the 1950s and was run down. It was a 2x2 split floor plan. My husband and I took the master bedroom with the bathroom inside, separate room though. The bedroom was always freezing. I could never stay warm in there, even though it's Texas and being from Wisconsin, I know what real cold is. The other rooms in the apartment were normal temperature. I never felt comfortable being alone in the apartment, mostly because I never felt alone. The living room wall with the TV on it was also our bedroom wall and the door. We always kept the bedroom door shut. I was in the living room watching TV alone. The spot I always sat in, I swear I could hear and see the bedroom doorknob rattle, like a gust of wind had been blown at it. Our AC unit was at the other end of the apartment. And there's just no vents or windows anywhere near the bedroom door. There was a coat closet door adjacent to the bedroom door in the entryway, and it never did the same thing. Just the bedroom doorknob would rattle. We lived on the 2nd floor of the 2-story complex, so no one was above us. The people below us were incredibly quiet people. I never once heard them at all, yet alone slamming doors or windows that could have affected us. I was again sitting on the couch facing the bedroom door, reading. This time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a human-sized black shadow. It crossed from my entryway, past the coat closet door, and right through the bedroom door, rattling the doorknob. I took my glasses off and tried to refocus, thinking there must be a smear or something on the glasses. There was nothing. I got up and went into the bedroom, and there was nothing. About a week later, the same thing happened, but this time, the shadow was only 2 or 3 feet high. Same path from the entryway, coat closet, right through the bedroom door, with the handle rattling again. Got up, went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. A few days later, I caught it again out of the corner of my eye. But it was just standing there, full-sized in the entryway, like it had been watching me. I only caught a glimpse this time before it disappeared, and this time I saw purple in its face, like purple eyes, although it could have been a scarf, a hat. I wasn't usually ever alone in the evenings, but my husband and son were both gone one night. I was watching TV in the living room, and I felt really anxious, like I wasn't alone. The bedroom door handle started rattling, along with the door shaking a little this time. I started getting pretty freaked out. I knew I needed to go check things out. I got up enough courage knowing that I had to go into the bedroom, and that the light switches are in the room, not next to the door. I needed to use the bathroom, which took going into the dark room to get the lights turned on. I took some deep breaths and opened the bedroom door. And as I went straight to the bathroom door in the dark, opened it up, I reached around to the left to flip on the light switch. What I felt instead in the dark was my hand go through some wet substance. I can only compare to jello-ish or hair gel-like. I was shocked, flipped on the light, went to grab a hand towel off the rack, fully expecting my whole hand to be soaked in something. It was dry. There was nothing different about the bedroom or the bathroom. Yet again, and the sensation of the gel stuff on my hand was gone. My middle daughter was over a few weeks later, sitting at my vanity in our bedroom, which was next to the bedroom door. I told her of my experiences and others. She's sensitive, too, to energies. I was getting dressed. She was putting on makeup. We were going out. She said, "Mom, the shadow just walked through the door, past me, and into the bathroom. It looked like an old woman." She was the only one who had ever seen it besides me. We actually ended up swapping bedrooms, so my son could have the larger master bedroom for friends to come over and play video games. After we switched bedrooms, I never saw the shadow again, and the other bedroom was always reasonably warm. To this day, I'm not sure what I put my hand into that night. I have an idea, but without proof, and being alone that night, they're only ideas. We moved a few months later. I've never seen the black shadow again. I don't know a huge amount about ghost lights. I was hoping someone could explain it a bit better to me. Yesterday afternoon, my partner was asleep. I got home from work early and was pottering around, washing up, etc. And I heard a very strange noise. The best way I can describe it is like a dog clearing its throat. A big dog, like a guttural kind of choke or hack. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but it sounded huge and right behind me. We have a kitten, but I've never heard anything like that come from it. Needless to say, there was nothing behind me. Then, last night, roughly 5:30 a.m., this light comes up the stairs. It was like someone walking with the phone light on, but as the light came around the door of my bedroom, there was no source for the light. No torch, no orb, nothing. But I can clearly see the reflection from the light on objects in my room. It looked like someone shining a phone to light their way in the darkness. A little bit like when a car headlight shines through the curtain. It travels around the room. But there was nothing there at all. No cars. My partner and daughter still fast asleep. The light came all the way around the room to my side of the bed before going dark. We're pretty sure that there's something, someone in our house. It was built 1960s on an old brickyard, and we have had an Anderson shelter in the garden. Rather, the house is very connected to its age, if that makes any sense. Finally, today, I stood at work, roughly 5 miles from my house. Everyone else was in a completely different part of the building. I hear the same noise as yesterday. The deep rasping. I had chalked that up to being our cat. Maybe where he was in the kitchen and it amplified the sound of the cough. But to then hear the exact same noise, miles away from my house, is fully freaked me out. We did used to own a very large dog, American Staff Mastiff. He was put down before my daughter was born, but his collar hangs at the top of the stairs, and the area around it always feels cold. Could it be connected? Anyone got any ideas? This is one of my favorite stories to tell. I was too young to remember it firsthand, but my grandma told me about it. when I was 4, my grandparents moved into the house that we live in now. Their old house sold quicker than expected, so they were pressed for time to find a new one. The first showing of our house seemed normal. So they returned the next day and found a dead crow in the living room. The doors, windows, and chimney were locked. They had no idea how the crow got inside or how it died. But they looked past it and bought the house anyway. On our first day in the house, Grandma and I were going to sleep in the living room while Grandpa and the dog were going to sleep in the master bedroom. At 11, Grandma went to the bathroom. Soon after, I followed to tell her a strange man was in the living room and he wanted to talk to her. This obviously freaked her out, and when no man was there, she still double-checked all the doors and windows. At 4 the next morning, the dog woke up Grandma and I by licking our faces. When Grandma asked Grandpa why he let the dog out of the bedroom, he said that he had no idea how the dog got out. I also had a magnet that he had to push to light up, and Grandma once came home to find it lighting up on the fridge. Too scared to stay inside alone, she sat on the porch until Grandpa came home. Over the next couple of weeks, the oven and TV would randomly turn on and off. We could always smell whiskey and cigars, even though none of us smoked. And Grandma, she always felt like she was being watched. One day, while Grandpa was doing yard work, a neighbor asked him if any weird stuff had happened to us. Grandpa said that it had and asked how the neighbor knew. Apparently, the last owner died of alcohol poisoning in the master bedroom. The house was sold by the owner's mother, so she wasn't required to disclose the information. Sometimes a door will open if we talk about him, but he's pretty friendly overall. I don't know if this is the right place to ask about this, but I'm really scared. So I think I astral projected, but in a very scary way, not intentional. I fell asleep for a short nap. When I fell asleep, I was watching a video, a gamer. It was a live stream and he hadn't yet started the game when I fell asleep. So I knew nothing about it, especially not what it looked like. But in this dream, I could see the TV. I was standing at the foot of my bed, staring at myself. I heard my dog whimpering and walking in and out of the room. Then I could hear these voices that sounded muffled, I guess. I don't know, they sounded far away, yet very close. I don't know how to explain it. Then I heard these noises around the house, like creaking and things being moved around. I was home alone, and our house never creaks. I was so scared I kept trying to wake up, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open my eyes. Every once in a while, I'd get one eye open, and when I did, I'd flip it to where I was seeing from my own perception, like out of my own eyes. Then they'd just shut, like when you're super tired and you can't keep your eyes open. When they'd shut again, I'd be seeing myself from the edge of the bed again. Then I'd try to open them and nothing. Tried to move, nothing. This went on for a long time. Then I remembered once that if you're experiencing sleep paralysis, you can repeat stuff. I'm not really a religious person, but because I was freaking petrified, I tried it. Saying things like, "This is a home of God, and you're not welcome here." When I said it in my head, I got these chilling goosebumps. And each time I got it, the goosebumps got colder and colder, more intense. After doing that a few times, I was finally able to wake up. What could this mean? I'm so scared and I don't really want to go home. A little backstory. I've had nightmares every night since I've lived in this home. 4 years now. Nights I've slept away from home, I don't. In 2012, I was sitting in the living room with my sibling when we heard someone walking upstairs. We turned off the television, went to the bottom of the stairs, and listened as the footsteps laced back and forth. Frightened, I reached for the landline to dial 911, and I yelled out my intentions to the supposed intruder. After one ring, I panicked and hung up. The footsteps had grown louder, like someone was actually coming down the stairs. But no one was there. We were frozen, looking directly at the staircase. There was just nobody on it. Yet somehow, the footsteps continued until finally passing right by us and into the next room. We were too scared to move. All we could do was wait. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and we heard a loud scratching sound directly beneath our feet. It sounded like something was tearing apart the basement ceiling. Just then, the phone rang with a private number. The police department wanted to know why I called 911, so I lied, said that it was the baby. They still wanted to send a cop as precaution, but no one ever showed up. Our parents returned shortly after, but we didn't tell them what happened until a couple of years later. We've never been able to figure out exactly what we experienced. I investigate the paranormal, and I was contacted by a lady who swore her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical but very curious. Apparently, the cat would suddenly start screaming and do this crazy slow-motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it while this was happening, it would try to scratch her. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly. It would growl for up to an hour. As strange as this sounded, I spoke to a colleague who's very sensitive to the paranormal, and she insisted we had to investigate. We got to the residence at 4:30 p.m., took a tour of the house before meeting the cat. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my colleague. They spent a couple of hours alone together while I took care of some paperwork and formalities with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night while she was out. She had a date and would work the night shift at the hospital right after. She left for her date at 7:30. We began our formal investigation. We moved from room to room, asking questions in hopes of catching an EVP or a knock in response, but there was no activity until 11:30, when the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, my partner stopped me and motioned for me to stay quiet, but it was hard with all the screaming. It made my hair stand on end. As we listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room, and there was a whisper coming from there. Our DVRs didn't pick it up, and we couldn't understand what it said, but the cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight. Everything was exactly as the lady described. My partner very calmly told the shadow that it was scaring the cat, but she didn't think it was on purpose. Then, she promised that we would help it if it went into the next bedroom. We entered the smaller bedroom and sat on the bed quietly, waiting to see what happened. A few moments later, my partner grabbed me, pointed at the connected bathroom door. I clearly saw a featureless humanoid shape, but it was blacker than the surrounding darkness. my teammate and I worked together many times, and we had a routine for situations like this. I told the entity that everything was okay, that the cat was calm, and we wanted to help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. That's when we heard the word kitty through the DVR. I always use an earpiece when recording so I can hear what's being said in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched its arm towards the master bedroom. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and there was an almost immediate sigh or whimper. I repeated the question and stated that I needed an answer before we could help. A minute later, my partner sensed that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male who may have had a developmental issue in life. While we spoke, the entity seemed to slightly sway back and forth, but he didn't go anywhere. He seemed like he was listening to our conversation. I explained that he had scared the cat, and if he wanted to pet it, he would have to make friends with it first. I suggested that he try just sitting still and speaking to the cat so it could learn that he didn't want to hurt it. Then the cat would eventually come to him. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and calmly sat down. No one spoke or moved, including the spirit. Soon, the cat joined us on the bed. My partner and I began to pet it. As I looked from the cat back to the spirit, I noticed that it was gone, and we didn't experience anything else that night. 2 days later, my teammate called me, very excited. She'd researched the property and found that a young man with Down syndrome died when he fell out of a treehouse. We met the lady the following day, and I played her the recording of us talking to the spirit. When she heard me telling the spirit how to be friends with the cat, she began to cry. That morning, the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom, purring loudly, moving its head like someone was scratching it. I don't usually share stuff like this, but last Friday, my grandparents and I were talking in the dining room. It was 1:40 in the afternoon. My mother and brother were at work. Someone knocked on the front door, which is unusual because people normally use the doorbell. And so my grandfather got up to answer it. When he came back, my grandmother asked who it was, and he said no one was there. We have a very long path down the driveway to the door. He didn't see any vehicles or people. I got chills when he said that, and my grandmother began to freak out. My family is fairly religious, and she believes that he let a spirit inside by opening the door for it. What really concerns me is that he said that it's been happening for a couple of months, and each time he goes to the door, no one is ever there. For the last week and a half, we've had paranormal activity happening around the house. I wonder if my grandfather really did let something into the house. Something that's just now revealing itself. I've been really on edge from everything that's been happening, and all of our attempts to get rid of it have failed. To make things worse, the entity has started following me. Sometimes, things happen at work and my friends' houses too. But I'll have to talk about that another day. I received a call from a couple who recently purchased a new home, and strange events were occurring in the barn. The original home was built in the 1840s, and the barn was added a few years later. The original house burned down in 1976, and a new one was built on the old foundation in 1981. Upon arriving, I noticed the property was impeccably kept. It was in a rural area and far from the road, but they still added a paved driveway. This was unusual for the area and indicated they were most likely not from around here. I was greeted at the door and invited in by a young couple in their mid-20s. The home was as well kept on the inside as it was on the outside. We chatted for a few moments, then they insisted that I see the barn. I got absolutely no feelings from inside of the house, so I followed them towards the back door. But there was a kiddie fence blocking the kitchen to prevent 4 miniature goats from escaping. This was a shock since I had judged them to be entirely different types of people. They said they had no choice but to keep the goats there because whatever was in the barn tried to kill them. They had lost 2 goats already, and the vet said that they were likely frightened to death. Approaching the barn, you could see that they had been in the process of fixing it up. A new fence was surrounding the front to create a small yard that was recently raked. The barn was an old tobacco-style barn that had been repurposed and painted. As we entered, the hair on our arms immediately stood up. I definitely sensed something there. I asked if there was a specific area where there seemed to be more activity, and was shown the milk room. The man said that everything started when he built the milking stall. I asked for some time to poke around solo, and they practically ran away. I walked around the milking room for about an hour, and that was a long time for such a small room. On the opposite side of the barn was a slightly larger room, with a concrete floor, new walls. It had electricity, a sink, and some cheese-making equipment. But that room felt sterile and uncomfortable, like an operating room. Nothing was lurking there. It wasn't until I got to the stables that I finally felt something. That part of the barn only had a dirt floor, and although it was raked clean, it didn't feel that way. I'm not a psychic, but I have learned to pay attention to my body and my impressions. All I wanted to do in that moment was rake it clean myself. Confused, I summoned the owner and asked if he had found anything in that area. He seemed slightly embarrassed as he explained that there had been a deep trench along the wall. Stacked at one end was something that resembled a pile of folded old leather. He asked me not to tell his wife, but he only covered it instead of removing it. He said it was too dirty to touch. I asked for a shovel. 5 minutes later, I had located the leather. Just like the man said, it was dried hard and much too dirty to touch. As I fought to unwrap it, I was struck with worry that it might make me sick. I felt nauseous as I handled it, but I finally got it to unfold, and I found a very old memo book inside. The writing was still perfectly legible. It was a journal, written by a Civil War soldier. As I scanned through it, I found the last page with writing about halfway through. It had blood on it, and the writer was leaving a message to his parents. He was sorry that he couldn't make it home. He had been shot, but his last wish was that he be returned home to Savannah so he could be buried by the stream. At the end, he signed the name Jonas. I refilled the hole and took the journal and the leather to the front of the house. I showed the couple the journal, suggested that we hold a small memorial service in the barn. They invited the only neighbors they knew, and we held the service by the place where the journal had been buried. The couple agreed to let me take the journal to the Savannah Historical Society, where I asked them to keep it on display, and they agreed. 3 weeks later, when I checked in with the couple, the goats were back in the barn, and there were no further issues. This was one of the strangest investigations of my career as a paranormal investigator. I was contacted by a middle-aged couple regarding problems with a car overriding the operator's driving commands. The car was recently given to their son by the parents of a deceased teen. The deceased person was actually their son's best friend, who was killed in a vehicle accident when the two had exchanged cars for the night. Their son had had a new Jeep Cherokee that his friend wanted to use to go on a date. While on said date, the friend was involved in an accident with a drunk driver and perished. The deceased boy's parents signed over the title of his Toyota pickup, both as a general gift and to replace his vehicle that was totaled in the wreck. I investigated the car with the help of a Toyota mechanic. He checked all systems, including the computer, braking, engine, and all sensors. Nothing was found. I drove the truck for 2 days on my normal daily routine with my DVR, EMF reader, camcorder, and dash cam running. No evidence collected. I returned the vehicle with my findings that I did not believe the vehicle was haunted. 6 weeks later, I was contacted again by the couple. The father was using the truck when suddenly the vehicle made an abrupt right turn, locked up the brakes, and went into a ditch. At the same time, a car driven by a drunk driver entered the road from a side street without stopping and proceeded to slam into a tree. All of this was witnessed by a sheriff who just so happened to be nearby, running radar. The drunk driver sustained minor injuries, and the father was unhurt. I was provided with the sheriff's number and asked to call him. When I called and told him what I was calling in reference to, he was happy to share not only a reading of the report he filed, but information that he said he could not include in the report. His report stated that while conducting normal duties, he witnessed a Mustang run a stop sign at speed and turn into the road, fishtailing, tires squealing. Almost immediately, it left the road and slammed head-on into a tree at approximately 45 miles per hour. He checked the accident victim and found him unconscious with minor trauma to the forehead. There was an open bottle of vodka spilling on the passenger seat. Then, the sheriff's statement not included in the report. I was parked facing an oncoming pickup truck when I witnessed its brakes lock up and make a sharp right turn into the ditch. My initial thought was that it was a stolen vehicle. The driver panicked when he saw me. Before I could react, the Mustang entered from a side road about 55 feet in front of me and turned towards the pickup, which had entered the ditch about 200 feet before it would have reached the side road. The driver of the pickup could not have seen the Mustang's approach due to trees and brush obscuring his line of sight. If he had not turned into that ditch, there would have been an unavoidable impact between the two vehicles. How he knew to react the way he did is beyond me. The driver's statement to me was that he did not perform the action. The truck did it by itself. This is something that happened a number of years ago when I was living in an old house that dated from around 1900, seemed to be mildly haunted. My cat liked to play and run up and down the long hallway of the shotgun shack, and she seemed to be playing with some kind of spirits. They were never clearly visible to me. The most I ever saw were vague orbs of light. There were also occasional breezes from nowhere that would move curtains, but I usually dismissed those as just being an old, drafty house. One day, I was trying to recreate a sound someone else in my band had heard during a supernatural experience. When I managed to create a waveform on my synthesizer that they felt matched, it had a strange effect on the synthesizer, where every other key on the keyboard ended up with its own unique and odd sound that didn't match the waveform I'd just created. This should not have happened. I created one waveform that should have mapped over the keys in different pitches. It should not have created a bunch of different sounds for each key. As we continued to work on the piece, I saw something invisible lift a curtain that was hanging in a doorway to enter the room. We decided to run with that theme, and the song ended up being about ghosts. We moved about 4 months ago into a temporary place while we build our forever home. This is an older single-wide trailer, probably 1980s, that's been updated inside. It's cheaper, so it helps with building expenses. Anyways, my son's room is on one end of the trailer, ours on the other. We frequently go to the bathroom throughout the night, next to his room. Several times now, we've went to use the restroom and heard my son giggling, talking to himself. In complete darkness, by himself. Sometimes you can hear what he's saying.
That tickles. You're funny.
Etc. My significant other says he's heard him around 3 or 4 a.m. most times. I've heard him around 5 or 6 a.m. My son stays with my ex-husband half of the week. We have a 50-50 custody split. When my son isn't here, we've heard things from his room. My significant other has heard giggles, muffled talking. Toys randomly come on. However, we always find logical reasons to dismiss it. We live next to a 24-hour gas station about 20 yards from my son's window, and figure it's people talking over there. Plus, we have 2 cats that may sneak in his room and knock on toys. That being said, this morning, my son told me that there's a boy in his room, and he tickles him. It totally has me freaked out. Backstory on my son. He's 5 years old, and he's diagnosed with autism. He was nonverbal until last year. We do struggle with complex conversations, so asking him to describe what he sees just doesn't work well, yet. He's a very happy, loving child. Since moving, he seems to be acting the same, just issues at night, where he's awake, which is causing him to be sleepy during the day. So, ghost, imaginary friend, just hoping someone has had a similar situation. Our home is projected to be done in September, so we will be here for several more months. I wanted to provide an update. I've been doing some digging, talking throughout our small community. Apparently, a 10-year-old girl passed away from cancer in the home. Also, many drowning deaths have occurred in the river that runs behind the home, and a car accident in front of the home where a woman was killed. This whole thing has been happening for a few weeks now. I'm a pretty spiritual person, but lately I've been slacking a bit in that department. I've recently gone through a breakup, and I've just been caught up in the 9-to-5 cycle, doing the bare minimum. Life has been hard in general for the last 3 or 4 months. I've always struggled with sleep. I get a weird anxiety right before bed, and it causes me to toss and turn all night. It's rare for me to have a restful sleep. Recently, I started waking up in the middle of the night. It always feels like something's watching me. It happens a few times, and lately, I've actually started seeing shit from the corner of my eyes. Sometimes, I see a dark mist moving across the room, but I usually blame it on delirium, go back to sleep so I don't have to think about it. Twice now, I've woken up to my bed shaking. The first time, I thought I was going crazy. I opened my eyes, stared at the ceiling while my bed was rocking. I live in California, so I thought it was a small earthquake, but no one else had felt it. The same thing happened again last week. I woke up to my bed actually rocking, and this time my chest felt heavy, and it made me claustrophobic. I closed my eyes and pleaded for it to stop. I was so tired, I eventually passed out from sheer exhaustion. I once felt something move next to me, and I was so frightened, I stayed awake for most of the night. But as I was falling back asleep, someone caressed my face and sleep was no longer an option. Now, I'm sleeping in a different room. My mom and I decided it would be a good idea to start fresh with a new space. She's always said that she felt negative vibes from my other room. She didn't even feel comfortable sleeping in there when I'd ask. Yesterday, she was helping me clean it out, and she felt like something was angry or wanted her to get out. I'm scared this shit will continue in the new room, but I did a cleansing to protect it as best I could. I slept in there last night and nothing actually happened, but I was also so anxious I didn't get much rest. When I was 10, I went to bed at 8:30. My mom had a TV in her room, so I used to fall asleep watching cartoons, and she'd move me to my room later. One night, while I was still in my mom's bed, I woke up to the door opening, but I didn't look to see who it was. I just assumed it was my mom. We were the only two living in the house. I heard footsteps coming towards the bed, but then they stopped, and nearly 5 minutes passed before I felt someone lay in the bed and put their arm around me. Neither of us said anything, and she didn't move me to my room, so I figured she was letting me sleep there that night. I eventually drifted off again, and when I woke up the next morning, my mom was gone. I found her downstairs, sleeping on the couch, with the title screen for Pretty in Pink playing in the background. She woke up and asked what I wanted for breakfast, but I only wanted cereal. Before going into the kitchen, I thanked her for letting me sleep in her bed, but she was confused. She thought I slept in my room. When I told her no, she said she'd fallen asleep on the couch. I reminded her that she came to bed, and she looked even more confused. She insisted she was downstairs the whole time. I tried jogging her memory with more details, like how she also stroked my hair, but she was horrified. It really hadn't been her. For the record, Mom does not have a history of sleepwalking. To this day, we're still freaked out by this. We don't really like to talk about it. It never happened again, and we've never had any other paranormal experiences either. I've always been sensitive to ghosts, but I didn't actually see one until I moved into this apartment 2 years ago, and I sensed an older woman's spirit in the bathroom. There are holes in the shower wall where there used to be support rods, and I get the feeling that she may have fallen and died in the tub. There's no evidence of it, it's just a feeling. A few months ago, I saw a shadow figure, and I can feel her presence almost every day. She seems to be nice for the most part. Anytime I've asked her to give me some space, she lets things be. Lately, her presence has felt stronger, and last night my iPad started playing Adele's Hello by itself. There's nothing more terrifying than sitting in the dark and randomly hearing, "Hello, it's me." I paused it and checked the iPad. There were no music apps open, no other songs on the playlist, just that. And yes, I took screenshots. I was freaked out, trying to forget about it, but my dog started barking a few minutes later. I turned around, and she was still barking at the bathroom door. When I told her to quit, I think she sensed how frightened I was because she came to cuddle with me, but she also kept doing double takes at the bathroom door for the rest of the night. I slept terribly, and I don't really know what to do. I've cleansed the apartment a few times, but it doesn't seem to help. I'm starting to wonder if she's just getting sick of being told no. She really does seem nice, but I don't want to invite her in. I've read enough ghost stories to know that that's how a lot of possessions start. Any suggestions? It's the next day, and I'm still freaking out. Many years ago, I lived in an old house where there were several spooky encounters, and this was one of them. I once woke up in the middle of the night to see movement on my right. When I turned my head, I saw the dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight out of the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling its fingers fanned out and limp, and it was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was only my wife. I thought she was dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed by the strange behavior and motion. Finally, I reached out to gently grab her arm and wake her up. But to my surprise, I grabbed nothing but air. The silhouette faded away, leaving me confused and frightened. I called out my wife's name. She gave me a groggy reply. I felt around the top of the covers and found both of her arms were completely underneath. It took quite a while to fall back asleep. On another occasion, my wife woke up to see what she thought to be my silhouette sitting next to her. She asked what I was doing, which woke me up. But I was too groggy to respond at first. When she finally heard my voice coming from the pillow, instead of the figure next to her, she was similarly frightened. Quite a few things happened in that house. I retired from the school district back in 2008. God bless those teachers out there continuing the good fight. In this field of work, you get to see the best and the worst of humanism. The most common childhood trauma doesn't come from ghosts, but in my 30-plus years of working in elementary schools, you're bound to encounter at least one anomaly. Mid-90s, I had a student whose younger brother died over the summer. It was tragic for the whole school. We held a vigil for him right before that year started. They were a very religious family. Prior to that, I'd only known the family in passing and from school events. Their children were well-behaved, never dirty. Both parents were members of the school's PTA. I'm not saying every parent on the PTA board is a good parent. I'm simply saying this as a preface to emphasize that this family, on all accounts, seemed normal. Needless to say, after that summer, it all changed. First day of school, the student, Jason, comes into class somber and pale. Around his neck was a silver chain with a small plastic piccolo attached to it, no bigger than a couple of inches. During our morning math, I had my back facing the class. I was writing equations on the blackboard. I hear a high-pitched whistle. I quickly spin around, turn, and I catch Jason with his hand clasped around his necklace. I ask him to refrain from playing with it during class. He nods, but a few moments later, I hear the whistle again. This happens multiple times during the lesson. Way longer than I should have tolerated in a normal situation, but given the circumstances, I'm gracious with my reminders. After every reminder, he says, "I didn't do it," and the kids around him snicker. Finally, after another sharp note from the tiny piccolo, I spin around once more, telling him to hand over the necklace, that he can get it back at the end of school. His eyes filled with tears, and he begged me not to take it, but I couldn't let it slide again, It was becoming a disruption to the kids around him, so I insisted. He hands me the necklace. I pop it in my coat pocket. Later, at recess, Jason gets into a physical altercation with another classmate. Returning from my lunch break, there's an ambulance in the bus loop. I walk into the office side doors, and I see paramedics placing a kid onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out through the front double doors. Then, to my right, through a big glass window located behind the front desk, I see Jason sitting in the principal's office. There's blood on his t-shirt, all over his face. It looked as if a small balloon filled with red paint had been popped on his chest. Its splatter radius reaching up well past his hairline, staining parts of his blonde hair into darker shades. The principal's sitting at her desk on the phone. She glances over and we make eye contact. She steps out of her office and tells me I need to go supervise my class. She'll update me on what happened after school. Entering my classroom, the children are buzzing about what happened. The teacher's aide in my classroom is visibly shaken up. Jason never returns to class that day. After school, the principal and I finally have a chance to connect. Her recount of what had taken place was described as follows. Rita saw Jason haul ass across the playfield to tackle a first grader, then begin to just start wailing on her. Rita ran from the other side of the field to intervene. That's about 50 yards of distance she had to cover. Within that time, kids started to gather around the two in the grass. She blew her air horn, began to push the children out of the way. Like theater curtains, the crowd of small bodies opened, revealing a scene of absolute madness. Jason was on top of the first grader, arms extended completely straight, both hands wrapped around her face. He dug his thumbs into her eyes, pushing them into the sockets, down to his knuckles. Everyone was screaming, including Rita. She tackles Jason off of the girl, lays on top of him, while calling for help on her walkie-talkie. The girl would be permanently blinded after the attack. Nobody knew why he did it. Jason's friends said that they were playing. He just turned and ran to the girl. It scared everyone. Another teacher whose classroom's windows were pointed in the direction of the drama thankfully ran out to help. It gets a little bit worse. When Rita and the second teacher pulled Jason off the ground, he'd bit Rita in the arm, tearing a big chunk from her forearm. I think one of the lunch ladies drove her to the emergency room just to avoid an ambulance bill. America. Well, it was a horror show, to say the least. When the principal left, I remember just sitting at my desk for the next hour, trying to grasp the story that I'd just been told. On my way out of the parking lot that night, I walked through the large, empty playfield to see where it had all taken place. The janitors had poured rock salts and disinfectant litter over the scene. But they'd missed a couple of dark streaks where the blood ran down the little incline. From the amount they used, it looked like a lot was spilled. Getting home that night, I burst through the door, tossing my coat on the couch, running to my husband Callan's home office to tell him everything. Finally able to expel my thoughts unprofessionally. His expression looked how I'm sure mine did when I was told the gruesome details. Any spouse of an educator knows we provide some of the craziest stories imaginable at the dinner table. Later that night, I'm sitting in bed reading a book. Callan's brushing his teeth in the bathroom that's also in our bedroom. The sink's not on, and the TV is off, but my ears instantly pick up a soft, high-pitched whistle. Not a constant hum from a faucet or electricity. It would start up for a couple of seconds and then stop. Then whistle a couple of times and stop again. When Callan stopped brushing his teeth, I asked if he could hear it. So he listened. And after a moment, he heard it too. It was loud enough to make me get up to investigate. I open our bedroom door, walk to where I think the sound is coming from, which is the living room. The sound crescendos as I enter, and then becomes silent. Almost instinctually, I start checking around for my husband's pager, even though I know he has it next to him at all times. Then I hear one more little whistle, and I pinpoint where it's coming from, and my stomach fills with rocks. I walk over to the arm of the couch, pick up my coat, pull out a small silver piccolo necklace. It couldn't be, right? I had to find out, so I put my lips to the small plastic instrument and blew. The tone matched. My husband shouts from the bedroom that he heard it again, so I bring the necklace in to show him. I tell him how it came into my possession, and he tells me how off-putting all of this is and to get rid of it. I throw it into the trash bin under the sink in the bathroom. Then I shut the door, hop back into bed. We try to fall asleep, but no sooner do we shut our eyes. We hear the metal trash bin start rattling and shaking up against the pipes and linoleum floor. For a long minute, he and I just look at each other, wide-eyed, wondering what to do next. Callan gets out of bed and approaches the bathroom door, but as his hand touches the door, the noise stops. He opens the door and flips on the light. The trash bin had been knocked over, the rubbish spread on the ground. Callan screams and swears that he saw the necklace move towards him on the ground before he shouts and stomps the plastic with his bare foot. He then gets on his hands and knees, rushing to clean up all the little shards with his fingers, then dumped it all along with the chain down the toilet, flushing it away. Callan slams the door, runs back into bed. Thankfully, it was a Friday night because sleep definitely wasn't in the cards for us after that. Jason never returned to the school, and the parents never showed up to any of the meetings to discuss things. I'm sure they assumed he was going to be expelled, which he was, but the legal paperwork had never been filled out or returned, even after we mailed it to the address on file. As the year continued, I was also surprised no other school district had called looking for information on him. Recently, I looked for them on Facebook with no success. They had a pretty original last name, and I can't find anyone. I found a picture online of what the necklace looked like to get a better reference. This one looks almost exactly like it. I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark, but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct. I've had people ask about my family's paranormal experiences with a cult, so here it is. Very soon after getting involved with them, we started having paranormal activity in our home. And when we moved to the same town as the leaders, the activity increased. During our time in the cult, the leaders decided I should move in with them and 4 other teenage girls. One evening, my friend and I were doing homework at the kitchen table when my back suddenly started stinging and burning. It was irritating, so I asked my friend to have a look. Rolled up my shirt. She stared at my back in confusion. There were 3 long scratches down the center of my back. It almost looked like a cat had its way with me, but they were way too big and far apart to be from a cat. Plus, we didn't have a cat. My friend seemed pretty freaked out by it, so I went to look in the bathroom mirror. There's no way I could have done this to myself. I wasn't worried. I assumed it had happened earlier, and I was only just now noticing. But then it happened again, a couple of months later, while I was playing on the computer. Out of nowhere, I felt that same stinging, burning sensation, again on my back. I went to the bathroom, lifted my shirt, and found 3 scratch marks, very similar to the first set. They were just a little shorter and off-center. This time, I was a little worried, but I figured it must be from the clothing I was wearing. Eventually, I pushed it from my mind until years later, when I heard about it happening to many others. And it happened to me again, just before I moved out of the cult house. It was late morning. My sister and I were chatting in her room, which was in the basement. Next to her room is the utility room and the staircase. Her door was closed, and we were about to go upstairs when we suddenly heard a growl. It was coming from the utility room. It wasn't like a cat or a dog. It was the deep, low sound of something like a lion or a bear. It's so hard to describe. When I first heard it, I was confused and frightened. My mind was racing, wondering how a wild animal could be in the house. Then, I thought someone must have an aggressive dog outside, even though it sounded nothing like a dog. I was just trying to make sense of it. Some sort of primal instinct kicked in. I became filled with dread as the growling got louder. It sounded like it was getting closer to the door. Panicked, I looked at my sister, and I see she's completely frozen. Her face was filled with fear and confusion, and I was seriously considering an escape out the window. She said to sit still and be quiet, but I couldn't. The growls were getting louder and closer. I couldn't sit there doing nothing, so I started screaming for my mom. The growling stopped immediately. I screamed for a solid minute before stopping to listen, and it was totally silent. My heart was pounding, but I told my sister we had to run for it. She tried to stop me, but I opened the door and didn't see anything. We raced upstairs and told our mother everything. There was an incident when I spent the night in my sister's room. We had just gotten into bed, and as soon as the room was totally silent, there was a loud whisper from the end of the bed. It said my name as clear as day, and nothing else. I couldn't tell if it sounded male or female. I grabbed my sister, totally freaked out, and she had heard it too. I clung to her, terrified, trying to process what we had heard. She said not to give it any attention, but I was too frightened to stay there. I got a glass of water to calm down and slept on the couch that night.